is here just in the nick of time. Mr. Rice, Ms. McCown. It is 5:00 p.m. and I call to order the August 20th, 2024 Board of Trustees meeting. Do I hear a motion to enter executive session?
Madam Chair, I move that we enter into executive session to discuss employment recommendations and updates, to review the 2024-2025 homeschool applications, and to receive a quarterly legal update.
Thank you, Mrs. Henson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Is there any discussion? All right. Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. We will now enter into executive session.
This first day of school is so special, just opening a school and being able to be a part of the history of this school and something that's a once in a lifetime for Southlake. It's just a really cool opportunity, and it's something that, you know, this group of teachers and this group of kids will always have and will always share, and it's something that, you know, we can always say we were here for that. We were here for that first day at Southlake Elementary.
Blue Healer family. And today, you all became part of the Blue Healer family, and we are so excited to have each and every one of you with us.
In your mind, you visualize what the first day is going to be like. You visualize what the hall is going to look like for students. I mean, we have practiced how to navigate all the different places in our school without kids so that we were successful on the first day. And so to see it come into fruition and see all the students, like, you know, come into the building and walk the hallways and be excited about all the different experiences that they're going to have here at Southlake. It warms your heart in the best of ways, and it makes you proud to be a public educator because, you know, we are our best because of our students. And so to me, the school became a school when those students entered into the building today, and that was the best part.
So we might come to the circle for our closing
and then I might say numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go and pack up as we're doing a read aloud or as we're talking.
When you kind of stop by the end of the night and you tuck your own kids in and you sit down for that minute, it's joy in knowing that you got all your kids home safely that day, because that's kind of one of the most stressful parts of the day is, are they getting home the way they're supposed to? It's just knowing that you have another 189 days that you get to spend with these kids and see how, and it's just kind of like another road of excitement to kind of get to see where you get to go with them.
In my entire career, I've never opened a brand new school. And so for me to be a part of this, basically almost year-long process of not only watching the building being built, but now to see the fruition of it with students and families coming in has really been, it's really been a great dream to see everything kind of come together.
Welcome back, Lexington One!
Hello, I'm Lexington County School District 1 Superintendent Jarita Postaway. We're here at our newest elementary school, South Lake Elementary, and we're excited to welcome Lexington 1 students, staff, and families back to another spectacular school year.
And hi, I'm Keith Price, and I am thrilled to join the Lexington 1 family as superintendent-elect. Building upon Dr. Postlewaite's incredible leadership, we are committed to guiding all students to learn, grow, and excel.
Our schools officially open their doors on August 7th. We can't wait to see your smiling faces as you board the buses or step into our schools.
We are ready to see the amazing things that you will accomplish. Have a great school year at Lexington 1.
Hello, Avi and I are here together at South Lake Elementary School. We wanted to wish everyone a happy first day of school, a happy new year, and to thank our staff, our students, parents, for all the work you've done to get students ready for a new school year. Additionally, we wanted to say to our community that we appreciate the support you give to Lexington 1 schools. You make us one of the premier districts in South Carolina. Happy New Year, everyone.
The time that my family received assistance from the LEAP emergency grant, I was employed as a math teacher at the alternative school for Lexington 1. We had just had our first child, and she came 2 months early, and a coworker of mine applied for assistance for my family to help us out financially because my wife was unable to work at the time.
Seeing personally one of my students getting help has really changed my mindset. I mean, as a representative, I've always known it can not only help out teachers, but it can also help out families in need. And just seeing that switch in that child's personality from just coming to school, holding their head down really low, or coming in exhausted because they didn't know if they were going to have a home within the next month, has really opened up my eyes.
The Educational Foundation's LEAP Education Fund has had a long-standing commitment to literacy in Lexington 1, funding over $160,000 in the last 7 years for Bucks for Books, supplying many of our classrooms with texts that they wouldn't otherwise have access to, and also our literacy training that we do each summer with teachers.
It has helped out the district in teachers and students and families in different ways, helping fund books for classrooms. That has got to be one of the biggest things that teachers are always thriving to grow is a library. This foundation is helpful, and it has really gotten a lot of families out of difficult situations, and knowing that we have many teachers, faculty members, and administrators who want to help out says a lot about our district.
For 20 years, 18 years ago, helping my family, and then from the classroom side and even as an administrator, I've seen some of our teachers put in for educational assistance for different programs, and some of our families, something hits like a house burning or things that you don't expect, and I've seen the LEAP Foundation step up and help in all those situations. So it's been great to see from an outside standpoint.
Cheers to 20 years of the Educational Foundation's LEAP program serving Lexington District 1. Good morning. How are my Blue Healers doing today?
It's absolute magic to be here at Southlake Elementary, and you know how amazing to say you're a part of being the first day at the first time a school opens its doors, and just to see the smile on the children's faces and the parents and the excitement, and it's just pure magic.
This first day of school is so special, just opening a school and being able to be a part of the history of this school and something that's a once in a lifetime for Southlake. It's just a really cool opportunity, and it's something that, you know, this group of teachers and this group of kids will always have and will always share, and it's something that, you know, we can always say we were here for that. We were here for that first day at Southlake Elementary.
Blue Healers family. And today, you all became part of the Blue Healer family, and we are so excited to have each and every one of you with us.
In your mind, you visualize what the first day is going to be like. You visualize what the hall is going to look like for students. I mean, we have practiced how to navigate all the different places in our school without kids so that we were successful on the first day. And so to see it come into fruition and see all the students, like, you know, come into the building and walk the hallways and be excited about all the different experiences that they're going to have here at Southlake. It warms your heart in the best of ways, and it makes you proud to be a public educator because, you know, we are our best because of our students. And so to me, the school became a school when those students entered into the building today, and that was the best part.
So we might come to the circle for our closing, and then I might say numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go and pack up as we're doing a read aloud or as we're talking.
When you kind of stop by the end of the night and you tuck your own kids in and you sit down for that minute, it's joy in knowing that you got all your kids home safely that day, because that's kind of one of the most stressful parts of the day is, are they getting home the way they're supposed to? It's just knowing that you have another 189 days that you get to spend with these kids and see how, and it's just kind of like another road of excitement to kind of get to see where you get to go with them.
In my entire career, I've never opened a brand new school. And so for me to be a part of this, you know, basically almost year-long process of not only watching the building being built, but now to see the fruition of it with students and families coming in has really been, it's really been a great, great, great dream to see everything kind of come together.
Welcome back, Lexington One.
Hello, I'm Lexington County School District 1 Superintendent Jarita Postaway. We're here at our newest elementary school, Southlake Elementary, and we're excited to welcome Lexington 1 students, staff, and families back to another spectacular school year.
And hi, I'm Keith Price, and I am thrilled to join the Lexington 1 family as superintendent-elect. Building upon Dr. Postlewaite's incredible leadership, we are committed to guiding all students to learn, grow, and excel.
Our schools officially open their doors on August 7th. We can't wait to see your smiling faces as you board the buses or step into our schools.
We are ready to see the amazing things that you will accomplish. Have a great school year, Lexington One.
Hello, Avi and I are here together at Southlake Elementary School. We wanted to wish everyone a happy first day of school, a happy new year, and to thank our staff, our students, parents, for all the work you've done to get students ready for a new school year. Additionally, we wanted to say to our community that we appreciate the support you give to Lexington One schools. You make us one of the premier districts in South Carolina. Happy New Year, everyone.
The time that my family received assistance from the LEAP emergency grant, I was employed as a math teacher at the alternative school for Lexington One. We had just had our first child, and she came 2 months early, and a coworker of mine applied for assistance for my family to help us out financially because my wife was unable to work at the time.
Seeing personally one of my students getting help has really changed my mindset. I mean, as a representative, I've always known it can not only help out teachers, but it can also help out families in need. And just seeing that switch in that child's personality from just coming to school, holding their head down really low, or coming in exhausted because they didn't know if they were going to have a home within the next month, has really opened up my eyes.
The Educational Foundation's LEAP Education Fund has had a long-standing commitment to literacy in Lexington One, funding over $160,000 in the last 7 years for Bucks for Books, supplying many of our classrooms with texts that they wouldn't otherwise have access to, and also our literacy training that we do each summer with teachers.
It has helped out the district in teachers and students and families in different ways, helping fund books for classrooms. That has got to be one of the biggest things that teachers are always thriving to grow is a library. This foundation is helpful, and it has really gotten a lot of families out of difficult situations, and knowing that we have many teachers, faculty members, and administrators who want to help out says a lot about our district.
For 20 years, 18 years ago helping my family, and then from the classroom side and even as an administrator, I've seen some of our teachers put in for educational assistance for different programs, and some of our families, something hits like a house burning or things that you don't expect, and I've seen the LEAP Foundation step up and help in all those situations. So it's been great to see from an outside standpoint.
Cheers to 20 years of the Educational Foundation's LEAP program serving Lexington District 1.
Trustees, good morning. How are my Blue Healers doing today?
It's absolute magic to be here at Southlake Elementary, and you know, how amazing to say you're a part of being the first day at the first time a school opens its doors, and just to see the smile on the children's faces and the parents and the excitement, and it's just pure magic.
This first day of school is so special, just opening a school and being able to be a part of the history of this school and something that's a once in a lifetime for Southlake. It's just a really cool opportunity, and it's something that, you know, this group of teachers and this group of kids will always have and will always share, and it's something that, you know, we can always say we were here for that. We were here for that first day at Southlake Elementary.
Blue Healers family. And today, you all became part of the Blue Healer family, and we are so excited to have each and every one of you with us.
In your mind, you visualize what the first day is going to be like. You visualize what the hall is going to look like for students. I mean, we have practiced how to navigate all the different places in our school without kids so that we were successful on the first day. And so to see it come into fruition and see all the students, like, you know, come into the building and walk the hallways and be excited about all the different experiences that they're going to have here at Southlake, it warms your heart in the best of ways, and it makes you proud to be a public educator, because, you know, we are our best because of our students. And so to me, the school became a school when those students entered into the building today, and that was the best part.
So we might come to the circle for our closing, and then I might say numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go and pack up as we're doing a read aloud or as we're talking.
When you kind of stop by the end of the night and you tuck your own kids in and you sit down for that minute, it's joy in knowing that you got all your kids home safely that day, because that's kind of one of the most stressful parts of the day is, are they getting home the way they're supposed to? It's just knowing that you have another 189 days that you get to spend with these kids and see how, and it's just kind of like another road of excitement to kind of get to see where you get to go with them.
In my entire career, I've never opened a brand new school. And so for me to be a part of this, you know, basically almost year-long process of not only watching the building being built, but now to see the fruition of it with students and families coming in has really been, it's really been a great, great, great dream to see everything kind of come together.
Welcome back, Lexington One.
Hello, I'm Lexington County School District 1 Superintendent Jarita Postaway. We're here at our newest elementary school, Southlake Elementary, and we're excited to welcome Lexington 1 students, staff, and families back to another spectacular school year.
And hi, I'm Keith Price, and I am thrilled to join the Lexington 1 family as Superintendent-elect. Building upon Dr. Postlewaite's incredible leadership, we are committed to guiding all students to learn, grow, and excel.
Our schools officially open their doors on August 7th. We can't wait to see your smiling faces as you board the buses or step into our schools.
We are ready to see the amazing things that you will accomplish. Have a great school year, Lexington One.
Hello, Avi and I are here together at Southlake Elementary School. We wanted to wish everyone a happy first day of school, a happy new year, and to thank our staff, our students, parents, for all the work you've done to get students ready for a new school year. Additionally, we wanted to say to our community that we appreciate the support you give to Lexington One schools. You make us one of the premier districts in South Carolina. Happy New Year, everyone.
The time that my family received assistance from the LEAP emergency grant, I was employed as a math teacher at the alternative school for Lexington One. We had just had our first child, and she came 2 months early, and a coworker of mine applied for assistance for my family to help us out financially because my wife was unable to work at the time.
Seeing personally one of my students getting help has really changed my mindset. I mean, as a representative, I've always known it can not only help out teachers, but it can also help out families in need. And just seeing that switch in that child's personality from just coming to school, holding their head down really low, or coming in exhausted because they didn't know if they were going to have a home within the next month, has really opened up my eyes.
The Educational Foundation's LEAP Education Fund has had a long-standing commitment to literacy in Lexington One, funding over $160,000 in the last 7 years for Bucks for Books, supplying many of our classrooms with texts that they wouldn't otherwise have access to, and also our literacy training that we do each summer with teachers.
It has helped out the district in teachers and students and families in different ways, helping fund books for classrooms. That has got to be one of the biggest things that teachers are always thriving to grow is a library. This foundation is helpful, and it has really gotten a lot of families out of difficult situations, and knowing that we have many teachers, faculty members, and administrators who want to help out says a lot about our district.
For 20 years, 18 years ago helping my family, and then from the classroom side and even as an administrator, I've seen some of our teachers put in for educational assistance for different programs, and some of our families, something hits like a house burning or things that you don't expect, and I've seen the LEAP Foundation step up and help in all those situations. So it's been great to see from an outside standpoint.
Cheers to 20 years of the Educational Foundation's LEAP program serving Lexington District 1. Good morning. How are my Blue Healers doing today?
It's absolute magic to be here at Southlake Elementary, and you know, how amazing to say you're part of being the first day at the first time a school opens its doors, and just to see the smile on the children's faces and the parents and the excitement, and it's just pure magic.
This first day of school is so special, just opening a school and being able to be a part of the history of this school and something that's a once in a lifetime for Southlake. It's just a really cool opportunity, and it's something that, you know, this group of teachers and this group of kids will always have and will always share, and it's something that, you know, we can always say we were here for that. We were here for that first day at Southlake Elementary.
Blue Healers family. And today, you all became part of the Blue Healer family, and we are so excited to have each and every one of you with us.
In your mind, you visualize what the first day is going to be like. You visualize what the hall is going to look like for students. I mean, we have practiced how to navigate all the different places in our school without kids so that we were successful on the first day. And so to see it come into fruition and see all the students, like, you know, come into the building and walk the hallways and be excited about all the different experiences that they're going to have here at Southlake, it warms your heart in the best of ways, and it makes you proud to be a public educator, because, you know, we are our best because of our students. And so to me, the school became a school when those students entered into the building today, and that was the best part.
So we might come to the circle for our closing, and then I might say numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go and pack up as we're doing a read aloud or as we're talking.
When you kind of stop by the end of the night and you tuck your own kids in and you sit down for that minute, it's joy in knowing that you got all your kids home safely that day, because that's kind of one of the most stressful parts of the day is, are they getting home the way they're supposed to? It's just knowing that you have another 189 days that you get to spend with these kids and see how, and it's just kind of like another road of excitement to kind of get to see where you get to go with them.
In my entire career, I've never opened a brand new school. And so for me to be a part of this, you know, basically almost year-long process of not only watching the building being built, but now to see the fruition of it with students and families coming in has really been, it's really been a great dream to see everything kind of come together.
Welcome back, Lexington One.
Hello, I'm Lexington County School District 1 Superintendent Jarita Postaway. We're here at our newest elementary school, Southlake Elementary, and we're excited to welcome Lexington 1 students, staff, and families back to another spectacular school year.
And hi, I'm Keith Price, and I am thrilled to join the Lexington 1 family as superintendent-elect. Building upon Dr. Postlewaite's incredible leadership, we are committed to guiding all students to learn, grow, and excel.
Our schools officially open their doors on August 7th. We can't wait to see your smiling faces as you board the buses or step into our schools.
We are ready to see the amazing things that you will accomplish. Have a great school year, Lexington One.
Hello. Avi and I are here together at Southlake Elementary School. We wanted to wish everyone a happy first day of school, a happy new year, and to thank our staff, our students, parents, for all the work you've done to get students ready for a new school year. Additionally, we wanted to say to our community that we appreciate the support you give to Lexington One schools. You make us one of the premier districts in South Carolina. Happy New Year, everyone.
motion carries. It is 6 o'clock p.m. and I call to order the August 20th, 2024 board meeting and public hearing. The district is in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act by notifying the media of the date, time, and place of the meeting. The district tapes the meeting for accuracy in preparing the minutes. I now yield the floor to Mrs. Kathy Henson.
Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I move we approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mrs. Henson. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Rice. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I move we approve the consent agenda as presented to include the approval of the minutes of July 16th, 2024, July 23, 2024, student travel request, new hire support staff report, and the 2024-2025 homeschool applications.
Thank you, Mrs. Henson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve 14 certified staff and 2 administrative recommendations for 2024-2025?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve 14 certified and 2 administrative recommendations for the 2024-2025 school year.
Thank you, Mrs. Henson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Is there any discussion? Mrs. Price, how are things going in your office now that school's underway?
They are going great. We appreciate those recommendations, and we look forward to talking about that support that we're able to provide schools in just a little bit in the presentation.
Thank you. And thank you for all the work that y'all have been doing to get us ready for school, and the work never stops, does it?
That's right. That's right. We thank our schools. They've been doing a great job continuing to hire those staff members.
Do you ever get a chance to just take a breath? And
we do not.
All right. All in favor of approving the recommendations, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Also, during executive session, the board received a quarterly legal update. No action is required at this time. All right, it's time for honors and achievements. Remember to grab, I didn't get one. Do we have a proof? Do I have one? Oh, yes. It's proof positive. I hope you got one on the table when you walked in. This is the newsletter that highlights all of the achievements that we are honoring tonight. Once we finish, we will give you honorees to give you a chance to leave before we resume the rest of the meeting, but you are welcome to stay. We're hoping it's going to go quickly tonight, so you might find it interesting if you want to stay. Dr. Postaway, will you please step down front? We have several honorees tonight, so when you... Oh, and Mr. Price, thank you. We have several honorees tonight, so when you hear your name, come and stand with Dr. Postaway and Mr. Price as we tell the audience all about you and your achievement. All right, we're going to begin tonight by recognizing students who competed and won first place at the South Carolina National Archery in the Schools Program State Championship, as well as the National and World Championships. The Pillion Elementary Archery Team won the South Carolina National Archery in Our School Program, IBO 3D and Bullseye State Tournaments, as well as the IBO 3D Tournament at both the National and World Championships. Representing the team tonight are Hunter Dawson, who placed first in the Boys State IBO 3D Division. Come on down. Joshua Fulmer, Carly Neese, who placed first in the State Boys and Girls Bullseye and IBO 3D Division, as well as the World IBO Division Championship. Bentley Massey, Lacey Morphy, who won the first place in the Girls Bullseye competition at the National Championship. Addie Rabin, and Liam O'Neill, who won first place in the State Boys Bullseye competition and the Boys IBO World Championship. Their coaches are Ann Lee Clark and Miranda Montgomery. Coaches, if you'll join them as well if you're here. Congratulations to these champion archers. Good job. The Pillion Middle Archery team also won the South Carolina National Archery in Our School program Bullseye and IBO 3D State Tournament, as well as the National and World IBO 3D Championships. Representing the team tonight are Vivian Casey, Claire Hartley, who placed first in the State Girls IBO 3D Division, Cooper Hartley, who won first place in the State Boys IBO 3D Division, Bryson Lee, and Delilah Williams, who placed first in the State Girls Bullseye Division. Joining them tonight are their former coach, Larry Poole, and the PMS Archery team's new coach, Maria Bolin. Thank you. And I just want to mention that the archery program in Pillion is really something to behold. They just continue to win championship after championship after championship. And so congratulations to the teams from Pillion Elementary and Pillion Middle for all the accomplishments. And we look forward to this year. At this time, we would like Brianna Abatel to come to the front. From River Bluff, Brianna won first place individual with the highest girls division and highest ninth grade girls division score in the IBO 3D tournament of the state competition. She is coached by Coach David Helps. Way to aim, Brianna. Next, we want to recognize two teams from Lexington Technology Center who won at the 2024 VEX versus Robotics State Championship. These students used their innovative skills, creativity, and hard work to earn them first place wins in the competition. They also achieved the Excellence Award and the Robot Skills Champion title. These teams are coached by Miss Melissa Bowler. Please come forward, Melissa. And the students will come forward when your name is called. William Daniels, Julian Turman, and Jonathan Atkinson. These students were part of the Arsenic team that won the Excellence Award. Now, would Andrew Georgia, Jonas Herrick, and Evan Matthew please come forward? These three were members of the Noble Gases team that were named the 2024 Robot Skills Champions. All right, thank you. Good job, guys. Next, we want to recognize some more state champs that are here tonight. The Lexington High varsity baseball team took home the 2023-2024 5A South Carolina High School League Baseball State Championship back in May. The team defeated opponent Ashley Ridge High 3-1. Here representing the team tonight are Coach Brian Hucks and a few of his players that won the championship this past school year. Please come to the front when your name is called. Brandon Cromer, Lincoln Hill, Toby Soborelski, and Christian Spivey. Sorry, I practiced it and I still got it wrong. And Christian Spivey. Thank Thanks to these exceptional players and their fellow teammates, Lexington High now has 6 baseball state titles in school history. Way to go, Wildcats! Also, while we have Brian Hucks up front, we're going to go ahead and kick off our staff awards by honoring him. Brian is the outstanding coach of the Lexington High baseball team who, as we mentioned, brought home the 5A South Carolina High School League Baseball State Championship this past school year. Hucks has been named the 2024 South Carolina Athletic Coaches Association Baseball Coach of the Year. Within Coach Hucks' career, he has earned 4 career state titles. He previously won 2 as a coach at Brooklyn Casey High School, and now has a pair in our blue and gold representing our Wildcats. Congratulations, Coach Hucks, on this achievement. Now we want to honor our 2024-2025 school level Teachers of the Year. At the conclusion of school last year, each Lexington 1 school named their 2024-25 Teacher of the Year. In July, school level Teachers of the Year submitted a written application responding to specific questions. 4 teams of judges will methodically and carefully review and score applicants from all 31 school level Teachers of the Year. In January and February, another team of judges will observe each school-level Teacher of the Year teaching in the classroom. The teacher with the highest overall total from their application and observation scores becomes District Teacher of the Year, which will be announced at the Teacher of the Year celebration in March of 2025. If you've never attended that, that's an amazing celebration of all that our teachers do in their classrooms every day. Some teachers couldn't be here with us tonight because they are helping with back-to-school events at their school, but we will still honor them. Please come forward when you hear your name, and you will receive your plaque from Dr. Postlewaite and Mr. Price. Megan will snap your picture, and but you don't have to wait to stay. But you don't have to stay up front for a group picture. They will get plenty of yours after this. Yes. Megan is the picture director, so just do what she tells you to do. All right, starting with Beechwood Middle's Haley Munch. Carolina, let's applaud as they come up. Carolina Springs Elementary's Candace Elliott. Carolina Springs Middle's Sarah Kelly. Centerville Elementary's Jessica Sanders. Deerfield Elementary's Elizabeth Ancone. Forts Pond Elementary's Kelly Glover. Gilbert Elementary's Wade Hasty. Gilbert High's Casey Cavell. Gilbert Middle's Natalie Lewis. Lake Murray Elementary's Melissa Apperson. Lakeside Middle's Christy Shelley. Lexington Elementary's Emily Fisher. Lexington High's Karen Allen. Lexington Technology Center's Danielle Mize. Did you bring us something good to eat? Meadow Glen Elementary's Jean Cochran. Meadow Glen Middle's William Slechta. Midway Elementary's Dr. Katrinda Scott. New Providence Elementary's Haley LaMarche. Oak Grove Elementary's Elizabeth Kohler. Pillion Elementary's Lynn Dennis. Pillion High's Robert Arcovio. Pillion Middle's Andrew Shavaria. Did I get that right? Shavira? Thank you. Pleasant Hill Elementary's Carlos Gonzalez. Pleasant Hill Middle's Jacqueline Anderson. Red Bank Elementary's Jennifer Bonilla Chicas. River Bluff High's Julie Vandiver. Rocky Creek Elementary's Jennifer Ringo. Satsgatha Elementary's Dr. Donna Nisha Steele. White Knoll Elementary's Robin Reeves. White Knoll High's Allison Stone. And White Knoll Middle's Jordan Henry. Just making sure. Did I get everybody that's here? Everybody? Okay. Congratulations on this prestigious honor and for representing Lexington 1 with distinction and for all you do in the classroom all day, every day. Thank you so much and good luck in the next phase of the competition. Sticking with the Teacher of the Year theme, we would like to honor our 2024-2025 District Teacher of the Year, Cheryl Bartolotti. Cheryl, please come to the front. At our Teacher of the Year celebration in March, we celebrated our 2023-24 Teachers of the Year and named our District Teacher of the Year for the 2024-25 academic year. Cheryl's mentality is always, if there's a will, there's a way. She believes all students can succeed when their teachers are willing to go the extra mile to reach each one. She loves being a part of their growth by sharing ideas, offering words of encouragement, and providing advice when needed. An experienced educator, Cheryl received a Bachelor of Arts in Commercial Recreation Administration and in Early Childhood Education from Keene University in New Jersey. We know that Cheryl will represent the district well this year and when she competes for the title of South Carolina State Teacher of the Year. Congratulations and good luck, Cheryl. We also have some exceptional nurses in Lexington 1 that deserve some recognition. Would Melissa Elizondo and Rosa Serna please come to the front? Melissa is a registered nurse and works at Lakeside Middle. Rosa is a licensed practical nurse and works at Central Services. Both of these ladies were named 2024 Lexington 1 School Nurses of the Year. They work tirelessly to provide support and care for every student they see each day. The announcement was made on May 8th, National School Nurse Day. This day recognizes the role of school nurses in the educational setting and is celebrated on Wednesday within National Nurses Week. School nurses, in particular, go above and beyond to support the health and well-being of our students, ensuring a safe and positive learning environment. We are so thankful for both of you and your contribution to Lexington 1. Congratulations on this well-deserved honor. For our last award of the evening, we invite the following individuals to come to the front to join Dr. Postlewaite and Mr. Price. Casey Calhoun, Executive Director of Secondary Schools and former Lakeside Middle Principal. Dr. Megan Carrero, Principal of Lakeside Middle. Sarah Bates, Lead Interventionist. Katie Bailey, Instructional Coach. Justin Segalis, Assistant Principal. Cassie Heritage, Librarian. Ivy Homer, Instructional Coach. Alex Pinto, Assistant Principal, and Jessica Vicari, Assistant Principal. We are honored to have Ms. Dana Yao, who I've known a long time, from the Education Oversight Committee, here with us tonight for a special award presentation. Go ahead, Dr. Yao.
Thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished board members. We are happy to be here tonight on behalf of the South Carolina Education Oversight Committee. I'm here to recognize Lakeside Middle School for being the middle school honoree for the 2024 Data Trailblazer Award. We had 20 schools from 15 school districts that entered the competition. This is the first year we've done this. Of these, 13 were elementary schools, 4 were middle schools, and we had 3 high schools. So you're probably asking, what is a data trailblazer? A data trailblazer school assists educators in accessing, interpreting, and communicating data while demonstrating improved student outcomes. A data trailblazer school helps families and caregivers interpret their students' grades and assessment scores and uses that knowledge to help their students achieve academic success. They also establish and maintain a culture of school-wide data-informed decision-making with the goal of improved student outcomes. And finally, they incorporate practices and policies that prioritize data privacy and ensure school staff are adequately trained in data security and privacy standards. So on behalf of the EOC, I'd like to congratulate Lakeside Middle School for this honor, and I have an award that I'll bring up front.
Before we move on from honors and achievements, I want to take a minute to recognize we have a lot of principals here tonight, but we have a lot of first-time principals. If you are a new principal, would you please stand up? That was Lisa Clamp, Casey Davis, Patrick Burnett, Megan Carrero. Anybody else? And Brian Lim back there in the back. So we're glad you're in those roles. The principal is the most important person in the building because you just keep the trains on the tracks all day. It's a 24/7 job. And so thank you so much for leading our schools because you're very, very important. So at this time, we will give you a quick and quiet minute to leave. But of course, you are welcome to stay. But thank you for joining us as we honor these students and staff tonight.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
All right, I think we will motor on. So at this time, it is time for our superintendent's update. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Postlewaite.
Thank you. We've had a really great start to the school year here in Lexington 1, and in addition to the honors and achievements that were just recognized, for those whom we just recognized, we found out this week that we have been named by the State Department as one of a handful of districts that's met 3 of the state goals on end-of-course testing and career assessment. So we know that for Lexington 1, we're not yet where we want to be, but this certainly represents the dedicated efforts of teachers, staff members, everyone who supports students along the way. And since these were secondary awards, it indicates some real growth throughout the school system to help students reach this level. We'll have a more full report on our test results probably in September when all of the information that we'd like to share is no longer embargoed. This year we want to focus on teachers. We know that the most important element in ensuring that students are successful in school is the teacher. We wanted to start by sharing some of the top findings from the South Carolina teacher group, the survey that was conducted, I believe, in conjunction with the University of South Carolina. We'll share 4 of the 10 findings. The complete executive summary is in board documents and will be posted tomorrow. And we know that pay is important to teachers. Additionally, teachers who are leaving the profession named 4 top reasons why they're leaving. 1, the relationship between the resources available to teachers and job satisfaction was important, especially for new teachers. School level issues such as student discipline and how it's handled when teachers need help was critically important. the administrative support that teachers received when they needed it, and influence over the decisions that are made at the school level showed a very strong correlation with job satisfaction. And included in that finding was the reputation of the district. So someone asked the other day if it's important for board members to work together well. Yes, it's very important because it signals the way that adults agree or disagree with one another and move on in a very polite and civil manner with the business of the district. So the governance structure is very important. And the number 4 is also an important element over which we have some control. Teachers most often reference insufficient planning time, but they mention a lot of other elements too. The amount of time that they have to put in outside work hours to get their work done, to prepare for students and grade papers, the excessive meetings that they're asked to attend, meetings that could have been an email, lunch duty that's assigned at times that doesn't allow them to have a lunch or bathroom break of their own, the excessive paperwork that we're all experiencing in recent years, and then covering classrooms. This has been a particularly difficult problem since COVID, but covering classrooms when their colleagues are out unexpectedly. So as we move forward this year, at every board meeting, we want to focus on the instructional programs and focus on teachers. Board members asked us when we approved our budget last spring to please look at ways that we might be able to address teacher salaries. You did not want to use fund balance for that purpose because you want to make sure that you would have recurring funds. So a little later tonight, I hope board members feel as though the staff listened to your pleas on behalf of teachers because we do have some exciting recommendations to make tonight. Just starting as we think about the new school year, the role of the board is to not only to set policies, to decide which policies the administration recommends or that board members draft you want to put in place to guide the governance of the system, but you identify the priorities. What do the people of Lexington want their students and their schools to accomplish? Those priorities then are passed to the schools where school faculty and those who interact with students are directly responsible for the work that achieves the strategic priorities, and the accountability goes back then to the board and the public. In the middle of all that is central services, and we are indeed a service agency. We're not a regulatory agency, although there are lots of regulations we have to pay attention to. Our job is to serve schools so that they can serve students better. We say to the school leaders who met with us this summer, speak up if it isn't your experience when you work with us that you hang up feeling as though the person whom you talked with at the central office was helpful and was able to help you find a way to accomplish what you wanted to accomplish. We want to review at every board meeting our strategic plan. I have to say Mr. Price has hit the ground running, and the deputy superintendent would have led the strategic plan. Mr. Price has stepped not only into the role of superintendent-elect, but is doing a tremendous job with that. So I'll turn the microphone over to him to talk about the strategic plan elements we want to share tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Postlethwaite, and good evening, Madam Chair and ladies and gentlemen of the board. As you know, Lexington 1 did present and approve a 5-year strategic plan last year, and that goes into effect this year. And the mission of Lexington 1 is to guide all students to learn, grow, and excel. And we've identified 3 primary target goals. One is for 95% of our students to be on track to graduate. 2 is for 95% of those students who graduate to graduate college, career, or military ready. And then 3, to increase our students in elementary and middle schools for their performing at or above grade level on state assessments. And our strategic plan is divided into 3 specific sections, 3 specific goals. Goal number 1 focuses on academics. Goal number 2 focuses on climate. And goal number 3 focuses on resources. So our plan throughout this year and the 5 years as part of the plan is to present information regularly at our board meetings to give you updates on our progress through this plan. We have mapped out all of our initiatives for year 1 so that you will be getting updates about these throughout the year. As you see on the slide before you, there are 6 different topics that will be presented throughout tonight's presentation, and each of those is aligned to those goals. Everywhere where you see 1, it's a focus on academics, 2 on climate, and 3 on resources. In addition to that, there are 4 additional topics that have been shared with you either in board brief or will be presented soon in future presentations. As you can imagine, there are several different initiatives going on at any given time. And the senior leadership team has developed a chart, and this is a sample page from our chart, that takes all 3 of those goals, breaks them down into strategies and specific tasks that we are aiming to implement in order to achieve those goals. In this chart, you'll see an example of some from Standard 2 that focuses on climate, and you'll see specific tasks, the person or department who's responsible for those tasks, and the start and end date. Over to the right, you'll see a color-coded calendar. So at any given time, we will know, for example, on August 20th, every item that has a colored cell for August 20th, that is currently in the works. And so we will use this chart to track our progress, to keep us on schedule as we move throughout the year, and we will be able to track all of our efforts as we move forward. One of the first topics that we want to share with you involves chronic absenteeism and attendance awareness. And Ms. Libby Roof is going to present some information on attendance awareness. Ms. Roof.
Thank you. I got it back here. We're both driving the ship tonight. Thank you, Mr. Price, and thank you, board members. Lexington One's strategic plan goal 2 as areas where we're going to focus on attendance and the positive school climate and supportive culture is going to fall under that area, and specifically strategies 2.2, making that connection between positive behavior and their ability to succeed both in school and out of school. And certainly coming to school regularly, good attendance is one of the best, first, most important positive school behaviors that we can help reinforce in our students. And then in strategy 2.4, working with our families, our business partners, and our community members to enhance the student experience. So we want everyone to pitch in and help us make sure that the experiences our students have in school are experiences that increase their likelihood that they want to come to school. So it's one of the ways that you can increase attendance is to make school a place that people want to be at, right? So starting off, looking about why good attendance matters is from an early age, it has great benefits. Research shows that good attendance in the elementary schools shows where students will be reading on grade level. Good attendance continues through middle school. You're going to see that show in passing courses and grades. And in high school, it's one of the big targets that we want, which is graduating. And then that translates on into if they go on to college, getting their degree. But then the most important is when they go off to work and they become the employees that have good attendance at work. And that is the ultimate goal that we want. So really is setting those behaviors early on. And what we do is one of our main goals that we have, one of our 5-year targets, is that college, career, military ready. Good attendance is a foundation of that. And so we really want to make sure that everyone knows that this is an important part of our strategic plan. While our focus wants to be on the positives of attendance and stressing the good parts of why attendance is important, it is important for all of us to understand, and not just the educators in the schools who are diving down in that data with that Trailblazer Award. Those schools who are really looking at data, one of the things they're looking at is where are students on the performance, and are any of those students falling into this category of chronic absenteeism? And that is defined as missing 10% or more of school for any reason. And it's different from truancy, and it's different from average daily attendance. And it's important to make sure that everyone understands those differences. And just like there's positive consequences or results from good attendance. When you have chronic absenteeism, you have the negative results. So if it starts off in elementary school, the student's not going to be reading on grade level. If it continues through middle school, you're going to see the grades falling off. You're going to see the not passing the courses. And then unfortunately, if you go into high school, it could translate into being at risk for dropping out, not finishing high school, and then again, not being able to be successful in a career. So you may have heard actually about chronic absenteeism recently because the State Department and actually the Education Oversight Committee released a report that showed that where our state's average attendance, chronic absenteeism is, and then where all our school districts fall. And it's about 1 in 4 students in our state are chronically absent during 22-23. And the results that Dr. Postlewaite mentioned that are coming out in the next month or so, we will see where we fall in 23-24. This is one of those measurements where you don't want to be above the state average, but unfortunately we did find ourselves falling above that measurement, as you'll see on this chart, in 22-23. But we do have plans to be able to show up on the other side of the divide, and that is working on kicking off a year-long attendance awareness campaign. And we're going to start that in September. If some of you may remember that September used to be called Attendance Awareness Month, and it was sponsored by Attendance Matters organization. And when the issue of chronic absenteeism really started to increase, that organization kind of recognized that 1 month of stressing important attendance and good attendance wasn't enough. We needed to stress it all year long. So we will follow that lead, and stressing good attendance will last all year long. But we will also develop a systemic approach to encouraging good attendance habits and addressing chronic absenteeism. And please don't worry, your chief communication officer is not going to be the person doing that by herself. I actually have a great partner with a very talented educator who you'll hear from later, Jessica Bazard. But many departments will be involved in this, and we're going to get everyone involved. This is something that we all want to get behind and support so that we can lay the foundation in this first year where attendance matters will become part of this strategic plan for 5 years and beyond, so that we can say very confidently at the end of this strategic plan and beyond that we have the positive and supportive culture that encourages attendance, which in turn, most importantly, maximizes those opportunities for our students to learn, grow, and excel. And now I will turn it over to some of my colleagues over on the other side for the back to school update.
Libby, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Do we feel like we have good data integrity across the state? We define it all the same way? Like these numbers, that's a big variation between districts.
It is, and I am going to look again to the experts who are more familiar with this, but I believe that the state put this report out. I think it's reported through the state report card, and whereas a few years ago, this wasn't reported at all, that now it is very consistently reported and it's required reporting through the state report card system. I do think that it is fairly accurate. Okay. Am I speaking out of turn or out of place, Jessica or Mary? Yeah. Prior to 2019, I believe, we were looking at some heat maps that showed what states were reporting. Most states were not reporting chronic absenteeism, so at that point, no. But now in the early 2022, 21, 23s, it is becoming more accurate. Most states are collecting the data reliably.
Ms. Ruth, can I ask a quick question too?
Sure, y'all really are putting me on the spot, but yes, I'll be glad to.
So, I mean, to me, and the data is helpful, but especially for absenteeism, data is kind of a postmortem. And so when y'all are doing this deep dive, are you going to be looking at barriers to attendance rather than because to me, when you start at the absences and work backwards, you're not figuring out why students are missing school.
Absolutely. The systemic approach that research shows is that it really is like a tiered response, as we see with many other things in the education arena where you have a tiered response. You kind of have the foundation, which is that making sure that you have that positive, welcoming school culture. And that is what gets everybody in the door. And then as you dive into the data, you identify those barriers, and you may have a tier 1 response, a tier 2, and a tier 3. And so you use the data to identify the families who need more support than the folks who are just getting the basic. We just want you to know we're welcome, we're glad you're here. And when you don't come to school one day, or you've been absent for a few days, we've missed you, what's going on, checking in with you, versus are there some real serious barriers, transportation, different transiency issues that need more support from other agencies outside of the school system for those.
One more question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have this information for Lexington 1 by like elementary, middle, and high as well? Because I can see that those barriers are different.
Yes, we do. And one of the projects we've already put on our plan that we have to work with, although Dr. Phillips is not here, and so he doesn't know that we put this in our plan, is we would like to develop a similar dashboard that we have, that schools have for some of their other data, for the attendance data. But we also want to be very careful. Our schools are carrying a heavy load already with their data, and so we don't want to add, any more to it. So we want to find a way to do this lift so that we're all pitching in and make it as easy to access this data and look at. But that is one of the recommendations, is to try to come up with a way that we can put that data easy to access at some type of dashboard where you can look at it, break it down, grade level within a school, down to the child.
Thank you.
I'm glad to see y'all are so excited about it, because senior leadership will tell you that every senior leadership meeting now for about a month, I have said, we're going to talk about attendance.
Good evening, everyone. And as we move from Libby's presentation, attendance, so the accurate reporting of attendance is important, and so a lot happens at the school level to make sure that we have accurate attendance. I first want to thank those on the front line, our attendance secretaries, our student data specialists. Getting those enrollment paperwork in and making sure all students are counted is important. And so our teachers taking attendance in Power School, all that gives us a count when it comes to the enrollment for the district. And then also we look at attendance and absences too. And so we took the count for enrollment on the 8th day, which was this past Monday or yesterday. And so our enrollment for the district is 26,621 students. That's an additive number, which means we're counting students who have shown up at school from day 1 up until day 8. So even if they're absent on Monday, they count in that number. And so we're counting all students until they're actually withdrawn, and we will keep doing that until the 10th day. And the 10th day, that's when we will pull out all no-shows. So no-shows are not being counted at that number right now, but we will drop those students who have not shown up. They may have moved to another state but not withdrawn properly. So they'll be dropped from our enrollment, and then on that day, we'll have a true picture of enrollment for the district. So if we look at 26,621 students for this year, when we compare that to the number that was at the end of last school year, that was 26,324 students. So at the end of last school year, on the 135th day, that number is 26,324. So we're showing an increase this school year from last school year of 297 students. So that's our increase at this time. But as we move on through the school year, we would tend to increase a little bit more than that as families come in, especially after that Labor Day time frame, will give us a better picture of our numbers. So we lean on our teachers taking attendance as well as our student data specialists to make sure that we have proper documentation in place to make sure those things, and that is tied to our funding, as Ms. Miller will tell you later, as well as getting us accurate information when it comes to absenteeism too. And that's it.
And just an update on our number of drivers. We currently have 147 drivers right now, so we're at 87.5% of our capacity. 169 would be fully staffed. So we do, we are obviously actively recruiting and bringing as many good drivers on board as we can. We have several drivers that are in training right now, and continue to work hard to support them and create a great environment for folks to come want to carry our kids to and from school. One thing that is still going on with transportation right now is the installation of our gatekeeper cameras, which that's a big support measure as well. When you talk about the environment that you work in. So those new cameras started being installed this past month. We've completed the White Knoll lot. Lexington, River Bluff were scheduled to be complete today. Gilbert's ongoing, and the Pillion lot, they'll begin installation there on Monday. A vendor is doing that, so we have to kind of take it a bus at a time. But we look to have the gatekeeper cameras running on all of our buses by mid to late September, and that would include our district buses.
And that's the program that they showed us when we visited the bus facility, where it counts the people coming on and leaving.
Yes, ma'am. It is a very high-speed program that the folks in transportation are very excited about. So it has a lot of great features that do improve student transportation safety. Yes, ma'am.
And one more thing. So, like the 22 bus drivers that we're still lacking, does that mean just other drivers are doing multiple routes?
Yes, ma'am. It's a combination of you kind of the old phrase, divide and conquer. So if you have a route that's missing a driver, I mean, first solution is to look to split that route and then to creatively and efficiently build on some additional stops so that those students are going home on that first route. Occasionally in an area right now, Lexington River Bluff area is the hardest hit. They have the most vacancies in that particular hub. It changes. I mean, sometimes it's just your time, but sometimes you do have to come back and make that second pickup. But that's usually a last case resort and something that's not a long-term solution. So trying to divide those routes up amongst the others is the solution to getting kids home as quick as possible.
Thanks. Mr. Cooper, you said you have some people in training. Do they count in that 147, or is that?
No, sir. They are not included. So we currently have 4 folks that are in the training. So look forward to getting them behind the wheel of their own bright, shiny yellow bus. On to another item that we are very proud of. We did open a wonderful school, South Lake Elementary School, and it was quite a smooth elementary school opening. I think we would all agree on that. Students were welcomed to a staff that was ready to receive them and a facility that was ready to receive them. So it was ready for the first day of school, and it was really one of the smoothest starts to the year. The arrival and dismissal procedures are, every day you continue to get better, but it's still a pretty smooth process there. We had to have some additional law enforcement with what looks like the entrance there to the school off of Highway 6, but that's the staff and bus entrance. Then the main office, y'all know, you come in off of Bluefield, and for very good reason, because that allows traffic to disperse. And I think we're enjoying that, the fact that you can get out and connect to your next stop if you're dropping off or picking up kids. So it was designed very efficiently. So really thankful of the construction company and our operational staff for designing a very well thought out building. We're still working through a few punch list items. It's mostly touch up paint. We have a small speed bump project that will begin, but the construction is all coming to close. But a few things that we are just catching up and fixing here on the tail end. They've had their first fire drill with the fire marshal present. He complimented them on the efficiency at which they got the kids out of the building, and that's a very important thing. When things are new, you want to make sure those little ones know where to go. So the school's done a very good job teaching those routines. But I think that's again compliments to the school board, the school administration, particularly the school staff there at South Lake for a great opening to a great school.
So I'm excited to begin the next bullet. We are thrilled to announce that we were able to support the teacher and school requests that we had heard repeatedly about the staggered start for 4K and 5K piece, even though we did have a little small hiccup with just a little hurricane piece there that threw a curveball in. But I think Mary's team and Dr. Bissell and others would say that we've heard lots of great feedback from that, and I'm sure we'll hear further requests for that in the future. But that went very well as we began the school year. As we talk about back to school, our general education certified vacancies that you will see at this time posted are for increased enrollment positions. I'm going to speak to that in just a second. We do have a few postings that are for future vacancies that you will see up as well. But all of our certified positions have been covered through a variety of methods. We do have some long-term substitutes in place, some contracted services. We have a couple of high school classes that were shifted to reassigned to spring, but we also have some central services staff that have been temporarily reassigned to cover some of our certified vacancies. So a variety of methods that are being utilized to make sure that our classrooms are staffed. We were able, you heard Dr. Rivers speak to some increased enrollment numbers, and we were able, after the school year actually kind of began, after we had assigned FTE, to add some additional supports for teachers where we knew that we were going to have high enrollment numbers. So we wanted to make sure you were aware of those. So we added additional kindergarten teachers at Medeglen, Rocky Creek, Centerville, Gilbert, and then we added an instructional assistant at New Providence and Saxagatha Elementary. And we had a first grade teacher addition at Carolina Springs and an IA at Centerville, a fifth grade IA at Carolina Springs, and an additional of a middle school teacher at Medeglen Middle and Gilbert Middle School to support those schools and teachers in the high enrollment numbers. And we are continuing to, listen to schools as they have needs if we continue to see those enrollment numbers. I will just say, kind of excited to see the kindergarten number of teachers there. You never know with early childhood numbers how many kindergarten classrooms you're going to see. You have a little bit better ability to project the first through 12th grade because you have that roll up. And so kindergarten is always a little bit of a surprise sometimes. So I'm actually excited to see that number of kindergarten students kind of starting to come back in. And I'm excited to see that we were able to post and get that many teachers and IAs back at this point in the year. So I'm glad that we were able to add and provide that level of support for those schools and for those teachers.
Ms. Price.
Yes.
Was the additional support made possible by the extra funding the board made available as we saw we would need to staff up during the year? Is there a direct correlation there?
So right now we've taken that out of the pool that we had in the budget, and we're going to hopefully ask for that tonight in the budget amendment to make that whole again so that if we need additional positions throughout the year that we'll be able to utilize that.
Can you speak specifically to Centerville Elementary? I know you had mentioned how many more students that actually were enrolled than we projected. And I just want to take a minute to praise you and your team again for, I don't know how you did it, but it's amazing to me to pull that off, to have that many more teachers needed and filled at this point in the year is just, it's amazing. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And I would say that would be the Centerville team as well. Mr. Branham and his team have worked very hard to, we went out and just met with them and asked them what their needs are. And, it's a work together with those school administrative teams to say what would be your best need at this time and how can we meet that? Because sometimes it is an IA, sometimes it's a teacher in an IA. We work together to figure out what can best meet the need for those teachers in that team at the moment. And we work together with them. And yes, Centerville is, as you know, that area is seeing a lot of growth. And so we work together to try to figure that out. So absolutely. Thank you for that.
Ms. Price, just one other question. A couple slides ago, we were talking about how we have some central services people filling vacancies. So with our vacancies we have out there now, if we can find some really good certified teachers, do we prioritize, freeing up our central staff back to the district, or prioritize releasing some of our contracted services? I just think about continuity for students that have a teacher. How do we typically handle that?
So, we're always going to try to post the position and try to find a certified person for that position. And again, we're very fortunate to be able to find this many at this point too, and we are continuing to post and hire. But We always want to make sure that we have a person when we can in front of students. So we are just continuing to be as creative as we can, and it depends on the situation, but we're just trying to problem solve in each situation because each situation is unique depending on the needs of the students and the needs of the class and the needs of the school. So we're working with school administration to make sure the needs of that particular school are met. So it could just vary depending on what that principal needs, what that school needs, what that situation is. But we're going to post and try to find a certified teacher for that school for that situation first.
Thank you to the staff members of the senior leadership team who presented to the board. I believe the board has heard from everyone except Ms. Miller, from whom you'll hear shortly. I'm actually out of time, so I will cover these last slides fairly quickly. I wanted to talk about the 24-25 calendar. We had an unusual situation this year with a hurricane day, the second day of school, so we were unable to offer the e-learning day that we had advertised on our calendar. And when we looked at the first makeup day, which is for October 14th, we saw what you see on the right-hand side is a screenshot of the calendar as it was posted for the parents and public and our employees. And it indicates that October 14th is the first weather makeup day. There will be no school for students and staff. So because that's what we advertise, we feel very strongly that we should stay with what we told families we would do this year. I know that e-learning days are very difficult for some families, and I know of no educator who would argue that an e-learning day is more or even as effective as an in-person learning day. But the state law permits it. State Code of Laws, Section 59-1-425 lays out all the ifs, ands, and buts about e-learning. But I do think it's something that the board should take into consideration as we build future calendars. The second thing I wanted to mention was our progress on position control numbers.
Wait, sorry. I'm just going to circle back to that.
Yes.
You said we're going to leave it as is, meaning that will be a no school day?
Yes, to clarify, we advertised our posted calendar that has been posted for months is pictured on the right, and it says October 14th, first weather makeup day, no school for students and staff. And then there's a note on the calendar about e-learning days. So it is noted as a day off because normally an e-learning day occurs on the day we miss school. It's just that we've never had a circumstance in recent years quite like this where the hurricane day occurred the second day of school. And to be honest with you, if we had been able to make the call later that evening, we probably wouldn't have called schools off because the meteorologists by that time were able to see that the storm was moving north of us. So we're torn between making the call early so that families know how to plan for the next day and making the call a little more accurately, but making it later.
So will that day not be made up?
It is an e-learning day. So October 14th is an e-learning day, and students and staff will not come to school. The e-learning may occur live that day, or it may be in assignments that are sent home. Mr. Cooper worked with the calendar committee this past year that had various representatives on it, and people felt very strongly that there needed to be a break for students and families. So that's actually connected with a Friday, which is a parent conference day. So if parents wanted to come and have their conference earlier in the week, they would have a long weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. That remains. However, over that time period, there will be some makeup work for students to do.
And so I'm just going to summarize just real quick for clarity. So what we're doing now, we have, since e-learning days came into being, we actually have not had to use a weather makeup day. This year we are using a weather makeup day, and it is an e-learning day, correct?
With asynchronous learning.
It could be either, but it probably will not be live broadcast because we have said no school for students and staff is what we said.
No one has to come to the building that day,
Right.
but they may have assignments or asynchronous learning or videos or something to do because that is a weather makeup day.
So to clarify what we would do different in the future, what does that look like? Would we clarify on the calendar that you could have to come to school that day?
Absolutely, absolutely, because so we've been through many iterations of school calendars. It used to be we weren't required to make up the first 3 days missed at all. They were forgiven, and then the next 3 days had to be made up, and the next 3 days you could go to your board and so forth. So this is the first time since I've been in Lexington, and I think in Lexington's history with this situation, Lexington 1's history with this situation. So what we would do in the future would be to say it's the first weather makeup day. Students may have to come to school. Families should plan accordingly because an e-learning day is not as effective as an in-person day.
So if we had said that, then we could have in-person learning that day.
The board could be voting tonight to amend your calendar.
Okay, which
and
is
you could
what we've
still
heard.
amend your agenda and put an action item on the agenda, but I just want to make it clear that collectively, you approved and we announced to the public there's no school for students and staff that day. That is not, no matter what we do that day, it's going to be highly controversial. It's a lightning rod decision that's really inconvenient for some people, regardless of what we do. Okay?
Can I say one thing?
You're the boss.
Clark, I know we vote on the schedule, the calendar a year in advance, so we've already approved for 25, 26. So the e-learning is in that calendar?
Yes, not looking at it, I would say yes, it's the same verbiage as 24, 25. I had to pull it up to confirm.
Is that something we can look at changing?
My position would be that school year hasn't started yet. As long as we don't change starting and ending dates, which is what's critically important to families who plan way ahead, I believe this spring the board, or when you take up your calendar again, you should go back and clarify what you want done next year if there's a situation like this.
And just for the record, I am totally against e-learning. I can't seem to find one parent that is for it, so I say we just,
well,
moving
again,
forward.
None of us is arguing for it because we believe it's an effective way to teach 26,621 students. But it is what we said we were going to do, so it's somewhat controversial. Okay, and is that clear enough? As clear as we can make it. The position control number process. Our accounting department was using an account numbering system that was different from the State Department's account numbers. And the big task this year was to get our account numbers consistent with the state's account numbers. Our finance department uses a software called Business Plus. Our human resources department, where we keep track of exactly how many people should be at each work site according to the board's allocation formula, uses a different software called Frontline. Frontline and Business Plus do not integrate. So a handful of individuals, primarily Kimberly Freeman, who was with us earlier this evening, is still here, right there. Kimberly Freeman in HR and Lindsay Price in finance are tasked with sitting down and making sure the numbers for all the accounts for almost 4,000 employees are right in finance and HR. The goal, of course, in the resource part of strategic plan will be to work to create a unified system, but we're not there yet. We made a lot of progress this year, but we don't have those two systems connected. So when we talk about position control numbers, that's something that comes to us from a hand count of positions and the correlating that occurs between finance and HR. The next thing I want to mention is the cell phone policy update. I think virtually everyone knows that we have a new state law that will be implemented by January that forbids students to have cell phones in use between the time they start their first class and the time the final bell rings for the day. They may not have them out between classes or at lunchtime. So we have used the state board's model policy that has not yet been approved by the state board, but it's been published. And our staff have drafted a very rough draft of a cell phone policy update. During September, that cell phone policy draft will go to the Teacher Advisory Council, the parents, the students, the principals, and support staff representatives. So by the time it comes to you for first reading in September, it will have been through 5 representative groups in our district. We will publish it in a board brief, but I just want you to know it's the first rough draft modeled primarily after the state's policy, the state board's policy. The state board draft, it has some modifications from that, and we put a possible sequence of consequences. Mr. Clark Cooper, is there anything, Mr. Clark Gable, would you like to say anything about that?
We plan for first reading at the October board meeting.
Okay, thank you. So when we come to you in September, we will have taken it to those 5 groups. We'll share with you where we are, get your input, have first reading in October. So this is a policy that will bridge this board and the next board. Right. So we really want people to know what that is, because we need to approve a cell phone policy in November so that our employees will have all of December to get ready for a January implementation, can communicate well with everyone. And that is it for me, except to just tell you that if you sat through a couple days of nuts and bolts this past weekend before last, for the School Boards Association, leadership from every school plus central service leaders had a 2-day intensive nuts and bolts this summer. For us, at the central level, it was 372 slides, each of them with details. There were 152 separate tasks. There were links on many of the slides. The next couple slides here just simply show you many of the items that principals then were required to go back and make sure that they were complying with in their buildings. There was a lot of work contained there. One principal was sharing with Dr. Osborne Smith that by the time they put everything together, it was over 600 slides and over 150 links to different regulations. So we are highly regulated. These are just some of the things that were contained in those in-service professional development days for principals. You all know you have regional school board member meetings coming up. I just thought it was interesting that across the state, school boards are focusing on the new funding formula and teacher and bus driver shortages. So I'm sorry we went long tonight. We incorporated your questions. Do you have any more before you move on?
I have one quick one. Circling back to the cell phone, when we were at conference, they talked about a grant that we could apply for. Is that something that we plan to apply for?
It's a safety grant. For example, if our high school principals were to say they wanted the pouches that are, for the most part, the Yonder brand is used, where the cell phones are stored during the day and cannot receive a signal, we might apply for a grant. I don't anticipate that our principals will want that because of the backup in just handing out those pouches and collecting them at the end of the day, unlocking them, but they may, and that would be something that perhaps we could apply for safety funds for. We do not want the implementation of the cell phone policy to fall on teachers. We don't want teachers and students to be in a tug of war over cell phones. So we have to figure out how to handle this quickly and administratively. So thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. Now we're moving on to item 9.0, which is citizens' participation. And I'll just read the instructions and information. Lexington County School District 1's Board of Trustees solicits the advice and counsel of its citizens. To encourage this participation, the board provides a citizens participation period during board meetings. If you are unable to attend this evening or are uncomfortable addressing the board in person, you may reach out to the board by email, telephone, or mail. Our contact information is available on the Lexington District 1 website. If you came in tonight, you received a card to fill out if you indicated you wanted to speak. I will call on each speaker by name and ask you to approach the lectern. We remind you that this meeting is being live streamed and that the recording of this meeting will be part of the public record in perpetuity. You may comment on agenda items, school operations, policies, and programs. You may not speak about or name specific individuals, whether students or school or district staff. Failure to follow this rule will result in immediate loss of the opportunity to speak. The board will not reply to your remarks nor take any action during the board meeting in response to your comments or questions. You may address the board for up to 3 minutes. If you have handouts for the board, please give them to Mrs. Halliday in the back of the room, and she will distribute them to us. Please do not clap or make any comments, either while an individual speaks or after he or she finishes. All right, first we have Miss Sarah DeVault, and she has students that attend Beechwood and LHS, and she is here to talk about the dress code.
Thank you. My name is Sarah DeVault. I'm sure some of you are very familiar with me. I'm the mother of 2 daughters in the Lexington 1 school district, one in 12th, and my youngest is in 8th grade at Beechwood. I was very hopeful when my youngest daughter began her journey at Beechwood that education and learning would be the primary focus of her day, but sadly that has not been the case. In her time there, she won't remember the great teachers or staff, and there are more than a few. What she will remember is being singled out and body shamed by teachers and staff for wearing clothes that a group of private citizens has deemed inappropriate. I wonder if you could imagine for a moment as an adult if someone came into your place of business and every day commented on your clothing choices in front of other people, laughed and stared, how you would feel. These are young, impressionable girls finding their way in the world, and we're showing them how to pass judgment on others. Parents should be the ones who decide what is appropriate. This policy changed in 23 reads language that states the clothing should not be disruptive or distracting to the learning process. I would love to ask who the clothing distracts, the teachers, male students. This is completely inappropriate. The focus should be on the students' learning and not what they're wearing. My daughter has lost valuable classroom time, constantly being singled out and in tears so many times. In 4 years, my daughter in high school has never been dress coded, but since I've been more vocal, she has now started getting dress coded going into her senior year. She was dress coded for the first time in 4 years, 2 days after school started, after my daughter was initially dress coded. The dress code is outdated. It deems to shame young girls, causing body image issues, among other things. My daughter is always covered and looks beautiful and appropriate. This is really an uncomfortable conversation, and honestly, a teenager's clothing choices should be their own. This should be the parent's choice, what they deem appropriate, not a group of private citizens. We should make the choice. My daughter's emotional well-being is at the forefront of this. She comes home from school every day upset. We have so many conversations. I would really ask you as a parent and as a citizen to really rethink this policy. She has never worn anything inappropriate where bodies have been showing, but she's consistently been singled out. My husband is very tall. He's 6'7". I'm tall. All my daughters are tall. And this is just really getting embarrassing for her. I mean, she's coming home mentally drained daily. So I really ask that you reconsider this policy and put this back on the parents to make these decisions. Thank you.
Mrs. DeVault. Next, we have Georgiana Loudermilk. She has students that attend Lexington schools, and she's here to talk about e-learning.
Hi there.
Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. I have 3 elementary age children attending Lexington 1. Y'all may already know that because I personally emailed y'all 2 weeks ago. I was going to thank the one of you that responded, but I don't want to get in trouble. But the person who responded, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I've been concerned for several years about the use of e-learning days. Initially, it was out of desperation, and I understood that. Slowly, it seems to become a convenient, easy solution for potential disruption. Shifting to e-learning has become a dreaded phrase for many Lexington 1 families. Studies have suggested that virtual learning, particularly in elementary settings, is not equivalent to in-person learning. Students have also made known their dislike of this format. If you look at the comments section on Lexington 1 Facebook page, the comments on the initial e-learning were all opposed to it, except for 2 who said, thank you so much that I can still go on my vacation. I don't feel that district decisions about education should be based on someone's vacation. Ms. Roof discussed absenteeism tonight. On one of those slides, it says 2 days per month knocks students off track. 2 days of lost learning. An e-learning day is essentially a day of lost learning, I would argue. And then we also have half days, things like that. They're disruptive, especially to our younger students. It disrupts their routine. It disrupts their learning. There are weather makeup days built into the calendar for a reason. It is my feeling that those days should be fully utilized prior to any discussion of e-learning days. While I understand that state law does permit the use of e-learning days, I tell my children all the time, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Lexington 1 likes to be above the state average. Many of us chose our homes in this school district because of these wonderful schools. We should be making decisions better than the average. We should be prioritizing these children, being in front of the great teachers we acknowledge tonight. I don't think any of those Teacher of the Year candidates would want their day where they get evaluated to be on an e-learning day. I think if you gave them the option, none of them would pick it because it's not when they're at their best. In closing, I would like to reiterate my invitation that I extended to each of you. It is a sincere invitation. You are welcome in my home. If you don't have elementary students, specifically multiple elementary students, trying to do e-learning days, I think you should experience it. There will be snacks. There will be a lot of crying. There will be lost iPads, lost iPad cords, but I don't think that you would feel super proud.
Thank you, Mrs. Loudermack. Appreciate that. All right, we are moving on to item 10.0, which is new business. And this page is really full of things to talk about tonight. So we are going to start with our academic report. Dr. Postwaite, would you like to introduce who is speaking about this? I believe it's the instructional services team. Is that Mary Gaskins?
It is, yes.
All right, I'll let you lead this then.
Thank you. So sprinkled throughout the year, you'll note that we have academic features planned. And so through these features, we want to show what it looks like for students to grow, learn, and excel as they matriculate through our system, aligned to that first goal in our strategic plan. So we are thrilled tonight to begin with our early childhood programs. We have a team here from Deerfield Elementary School with Principal Taylor. Leading that team, Brian Finch, our preschool special education teacher, Jennifer Stock, 4K teacher, and 2 of our district leaders who help support our early education programs, Jessica Buzard, we've talked about tonight, over with early childhood education and family engagement, and Cindy Funderburg, our special education early childhood coordinator. So I'm going to be quiet and let you hear from this team.
All right. Good evening, Dr. Postwaite, Mr. Price, members of the board. We are so excited to be here to talk about all of our early childhood programs in Lexington District 1. We're going to start by going through the programs that we offer based on the age of the child. So we'll start with before 3 years of age. So you may or may not be familiar with our district's Family Center. So we have a family center that is housed at North Lake Community Learning Center. And this family center offers multiple services to families with children prenatal to school age, depending upon what that age is for the child. The opportunities they offer are for the parent and child to learn together. And so there's multiple offerings that they have that are named here. The play group is a 1 hour, twice a month offering where the family comes and the parents get time socially with other parents, and then the family center staff plays alongside the children and shows the families things that they can do with the children at home. They also offer family time at North Lake, and so family time at North Lake is offered once per month, and both of these, playgroup and family time, are offered to any Lexington One Zone family, but I'll tell you a secret, they're not checking addresses. Because the family center is partially funded by South Carolina First Steps. So that's how we're able to offer many of their programs, including the Parents as Teachers home visiting program. Through this program, they serve up to 34 families with bi-weekly home visits. Now, home could be at the center, it could be at a mutual location, such as the library, but a family educator comes alongside the parent and child, and they work through strategies together, and materials also come along with that program. And then the Family Center offers childcare for adult ed students, so that's a great service that they offer as well.
For special education, we actually start the process to identify students who may be eligible for special education services around 2 years, 10 months. We start that process either through BabyNet. So BabyNet sends us a list of referrals and we kind of take it from there. But we also offer developmental screenings for our families who may have concerns about their child who did not transition or who was not identified through BabyNet. So that's where we start. And then by 3 years of age, we have determined if children are eligible for special education services. And if they are eligible for special education services, we can provide those services in a variety of ways. So we have itinerant services where we have maybe speech pathologists, our special education teachers, OTs, PTs that go out into the community and serve students in their natural settings. But we also have students that may come in just for those specific services inside one of our school buildings. Also, we have half-day 3K programs in schools for students who are eligible, and the IEP team has determined that that's what they need.
Okay, another offering for 3 years of age. In our Title I schools, we have a 14-week program, which is led by family liaisons. They work through a curriculum, which is based on the South Carolina Early Learning Standards. And along with the curriculum that the family liaison leads the family through, they also receive lots of take-home materials to support the learning at home. And Ms. Taylor is going to speak more specifically about that when we get to all the great things at Deerfield. All right. We also offer the family engagement for pre-K for 4-year-olds. And so this is just one touch where we are trying to offer families a Lexington One experience before they enter our kindergarten program. So 3s and 4s can attend that program. We offer general and special education 4-year-old kindergarten. And so one of the things that we get a lot of questions about are, well, how are you eligible for, general education 4K? And so we have an application process. And students must meet one of the eligibility factors, which could be one or more of the following. So total family income and number in household, or Medicaid eligibility, or we have a developmental screening tool, and so they can qualify through that process as well. And then there are 2 other qualifiers that we have as well. So students who are foster or students who are identified through the federal McKinney-Vento program. And then in special education, just as Cindy mentioned about the 3-year-old special education programs, 4-year-old is much the same way. They must be determined eligible for that program through the individualized education program team. We also have some out-of-school experiences that we have been very excited about, and we've had great feedback from. the Kickoff to Kindergarten Camp is one of them. This is a 4-week summer camp we've been able to offer, and we have invited students who have not attended a Lexington 1 4K program. So it gives them a school experience. They get to see what school is like. They get to see the cafeteria, do all the school things. And we've heard from parents about this program specifically, the confidence that their children have walking into the first day of school versus if they had not have had the experience. So that's been a great camp for us. We also offer Countdown to Kindergarten thanks to our wonderful 4K and 5K teachers and assistants who voluntarily, they're paid by South Carolina First Steps. This program has been fully funded for the past several years by First Steps. This is a home visiting program. There are 6 one-hour visits. It comes with a great big backpack of materials. Mr. French was one of our amazing Countdown to 4K teachers this past year. But they meet with the families one-on-one, and what Countdown says, they call it secret sauce. The secret sauce to their program is that the relationship that is built with the child, with the teacher or the IA that they're going to have in their classroom, right? 6 hours is spent with them before they ever walk through the classroom doors. And then the 6th visit is a special visit to the kindergarten or 4K classroom. So we've had lots of great success with that. And then our last offering here is SERDEP Summer Camp. And so SERDEP stands for the South Carolina Child Early Reading Development and Education Program. And so some of our programs are funded by First Steps. So this past summer, we did a little trial run with a SERDEP-funded summer camp. So the difference in the kickoff camp and the SERDEP camp is that SERDEP is serving kids that have already experienced our SERDEP 4K programs. But the great thing about that is it gives them more school experience during the summer where they, might not be doing things as productive, right? So we had great success with that in the Pillion community. That was offered in Pillion and Forts Pine last year. And really, the students that we were able to serve all of our 4-year-olds last year in Pillion because of all of our offerings. So we couldn't have offered kickoff anyway because all the kids that wanted to come had already been there. All right, so we're going to turn it over to Deerfield Elementary. And we're so proud of the work they do at Deerfield in pre-kindergarten. So they're here to tell you all about it.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to come in and speak with you tonight. Sorry, can you guys hear me okay? So one of the things that we do with the 3K and 4K programs at Deerfield is we're able to serve students in special education in their home school and provide a smooth and efficient transition into 5K by collaborating with both special education and general education classrooms. We're providing an inclusive environment where students are able to learn from one another and grow both in understanding and friendships that transition throughout their early elementary school careers. In our 3K classroom, we're providing students an inclusive environment to learn, grow, and meet their individualized education programs and goals, and as well as providing parents with additional resources as they go through and helping them learn what services and supports could be out there for them as we go through.
Hi, thank you for having us here tonight. I am one of 2. Thank you so much for the additional classroom of 4K at Deerfield. It has made a world of difference. 3 would be better. But we are so thankful for the addition of the second class and the cut down on our wait list there. But I'm in one of the 4K rooms, and the awesome thing about Deerfield is we have 3K and 4K where we can support students multiple years in their home school and build strong relationships with the families to help smooth that transition into whatever their correct kindergarten placement may be. Particularly in 4K, we provide students with a safe environment where they feel welcomed, they feel encouraged to take risk, and to interact positively with their peers. We spend a lot of time talking about how to interact with others. Our pre-K programs give them opportunities for collaborative play. We do a lot of play-based learning and collaborative projects and group activities where the students are not only learning each other's perspectives and gaining some understanding there, but they're also learning to respect each other's differences, that sometimes we can agree to disagree. Across the board, I've been very lucky to participate in some district level planning for 4-year-old kindergarten through our instructional framework and long-range planning this summer. So we are trying to provide a guaranteed experience. So whether you go to Pillion or whether you go to Deerfield or Lexington Elementary, you're all receiving the same 4-year-old kindergarten general education experience. We do that through implementing shared curriculum, the district provided curriculum, our instructional framework, and our long-range plan. And then when these students, no matter what elementary school they go to because they don't always get to go to 4K in their home school, so no matter what school they go to for 5K, they've had a guaranteed experience. So a school experience that looks similar across the board, and those teachers can expect that we have covered X, Y, and Z with them so that they know what they're coming in with. And it has been a blessing to teach in this program and to work with Mr. French. We spent a lot of time collaborating together and letting the kids learn from each other, because there's a lot of times where some of our kiddos have never experienced a student with special needs before, and vice versa. And so it's a great bonding experience for them. We've seen those relationships over the last year continue in kindergarten as those students moved on. So we thank you for all of our opportunity, and we invite you. The only way to really understand what goes on is to come in and see it. So our doors are always open, both Mr. French and myself. You're welcome, board and all districts leadership, to come in and just see it in action. It is definitely an experience. Be prepared for real busy, especially this time of year. So I invite you to come see us anytime.
So the collaboration work that they do is, like she said, you really need to come see it in action. I love having 3K in our building with 4K, because it is very difficult for a parent to leave their 3-year-old baby. Sometimes they're really 2. Like they literally turn 3 and start coming. So technically it could be their 2-year-old year. We call it their bonus year. So sometimes they have Mr. French for a partial year and then a full year. They're tiny, 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 tiny. And so we help foster those relationships and build those relationships so they feel comfortable. Mr. French does an amazing job. And then that transition to 4K, whether it's in our school or another school, most get to stay in our school, but Mr. French's students, the 3K starts a little bit later than our 4K and 5K students. So he is able to help his former students transition into her room, as well as support the inclusion students that are in her room for inclusion model. So having familiar faces for parents and for the teachers in the classrooms helps that go much smoother at the beginning of the year than it would if we didn't have 3K in our schools. So, and thank you, like she said, for our second class. I think the impact that will have, we still haven't seen all of, because generally our kindergarten classrooms have 3 to 4 students in each classroom that have maybe attended 4K, but next year they'll have like 6 to 7 or 8 even, maybe, depending on how that pans out. So having a third of your kindergarten students that have had full day school experience is a huge blessing. Our kindergarten teachers are so excited about that opportunity next year. I'll speak a little bit about our Tiny Trailblazer program. So since we are a Title I school, we have a family liaison, and we get to have the opportunity of having this program. We serve 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds that are not in a traditional school setting. If we know a family has a younger sibling, I do the car line every morning. I stalk them out. I'm like, oh, you have a little one in the car. How old are they? Like, we try to get them in, as well as we use our 4K wait list of our students who are still on the wait list that can't come, because that gives them some school experience, at least for 14 weeks, an hour a week. We do it in the fall semester, and then we also do it in the spring semester. The ones who come in the fall are never ready to leave. They all want to just keep coming. So we do have some opportunities that we continue to provide for them, but it allows us, again, to build those relationships so they're comfortable with sending their child to either 4K or 5K the following year. The students love coming, especially if they have siblings that get to come to school, because then they feel like it's their turn to come to school. And they get to see different people from our building because we have different facilitators at each one of those sessions. So all of the administrators sign up to lead a session. Our literacy coach, our math coach, our librarian, a lot of our related arts teachers, like, we'll figure out coverage so that they can have a music experience with a music teacher or an art lesson with an art teacher. PE is always fun. Everybody loves the PE coaches. So just building, like they get to see more people in our building. So then when they come to kindergarten, that's more people that, oh, I remember you. And then we utilize our school library because at the end of that session, they go to the library and they check out books every week. The parents are able to check out books as well as the students checking out books. Our librarian is very good about that and helping them pick books if they're not sure what to pick. You can see in the pictures, ours typically starts out meeting in our Family Resource Center, so that helps them build that relationship with our family liaison. And then they're also able to see what resources we have available that they can check out at home and use at home as well. But it's a great program, and we're excited to be able to offer it, and you're welcome to come see that as well.
Okay, so we always talk about all these great programs, but then everybody wants to know the impact. Well, great news. You'll see here that our programs are making a difference. And so this data is specific to students who attended a Lexington 1 4K program beginning in the school year 2017-18 through last school year 2023-2024. And so you will see demonstrating the yellow line steadily going up, which means, and you're like, well, okay, demonstrating what? Demonstrating kindergarten readiness. So this data comes from the Kindergarten Readiness Assessment, which is a required assessment for all 5-year-old kindergarten students. And so, again, this data is only looking at the students who attended a Lexington 1 4K program. And so you'll see emerging and approaching on the steady decline, with the exception of the COVID years. We're going to just ignore that. And but in reality, those are times where kids did not have as many days in school, right? So you would expect to see that. But we are definitely celebrating the demonstrating readiness on the steady incline. Now, our programs, I think Ms. Taylor mentioned this, really support students in having a successful transition to kindergarten, and we've named all of those ways. I do want to point out the Pillion and the Gilbert communities. With the board's support, we have continuously added offerings in those areas, and we are up to 6 general education classrooms offered between the 2 buildings based on lots of space, is pretty much why the programs are where they currently are. But we think about that as a community offering, not really just a school offering. But when we do look at the number of kindergartners currently enrolled at Pillion Elementary and the current amount enrolled in 4K at Pillion Elementary, we're able to serve 88% in our 4K program, theoretically, right? So we might have some Forts Pine students that come over to Pillion, but if you think about that in terms of the numbers. And then at Gilbert has a higher kindergarten enrollment, so we're currently serving 65% of the 4-year-olds in that school, which still represents there's a need for additional programs, but we do want to celebrate the additional programs we've been able to offer over the last few years with the board's support.
Again, we just want to reiterate huge appreciation to you guys for expanding our programs for 4-year-olds to full day, adding general ed 4K in every school building so kids can be where they're going to be in kindergarten. It's a huge task to educate the smallest ones, but we're up for it, and we appreciate your support and hope that you will continue to support early childhood programs in Lexington 1.
Okay, that's all we officially have. Are there any questions?
Thank y'all so much. I know Ms. Stock talked about there could be a need for an additional class. But Ms. Bozart, you mentioned there you could serve 34 families at, let me go back to the slide.
The Family Center.
Yes.
The home visiting.
Are you at capacity for that?
Oh, yes. They have 34 families, and they have a waiting list, but they work to serve families through their other offerings. Maybe just not the one-on-one home visiting. And it's a huge commitment for the family. And so there are families that, don't choose the home visiting. They prefer to do the other opportunities.
Right. And so out of curiosity, how do you advertise? Because I know people are familiar with coming to school for 4K or kindergarten, but how is it advertised in the community?
Yes, and so the Family Center attends every community event they could possibly attend, plus some.
So like
They are-
Kids Day in Lexington.
Kids Day.
Okay.
They're always at Kids Day. They're always at the Lexington County Library events. Our family liaisons in our Title I schools advertise the programs. They've just started I didn't mention this, but they've just started a teen parenting program. And so they've advertised that through the school counselors in the high schools. So they're on our district's website. We're currently working to make that a little more visible. Our family liaisons, they're in the community. They have a form, that like things they pass out with QR codes. So, but we are continuously working to make them more visible. Great question.
Do we know how many people are on the waiting list?
At the Family Center
Mm-hmm.
or Lexington 1 4K programs? Because I'd love to tell you.
At the Family Center.
Please share both.
That was loaded.
So at the Family Center, I'm not sure of the number right now, but I will get that exact number for you because I don't want to misspeak.
Okay.
In the Lexington 1 4K programs, we currently, as of today at noon, we have 345 students sitting on our waiting list, and 124 of those meet the criteria that I named earlier for acceptance.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Well, they knocked out two of my questions I had written
Okay.
down, so thank y'all. But I just had a random question about the special ed. I just wondered what the age for BabyNet, when does that end? Is it 3?
BabyNet goes up through 3.
3, okay.
Oh, sorry. It goes up through 3, and then what they do is they start the transition program a few months prior to. So they'll meet as a team to determine, do we need to do evaluations for this child? And if so, we'll get together a team for the school-based side of it, and we'll do evaluations where we see if they meet eligibility requirements. I know it's a great opportunity for a lot of kids. I know my daughter went through that program as transitioning from BabyNet, and my son will as well. And so I know it's just something we want to make sure everybody knows about, because oftentimes you still find a lot of people who come in who didn't realize that their children could have been receiving services, or they're getting outside services provided by like private services, and they could have had the opportunity for them to come into the school setting to be able to receive these as well.
Right. Thank you.
Of course.
I just wanted to share a thank you to all of you, not only for coming tonight, but for doing for what you're doing. I think our goal with your programs is to ensure our students are set up and ready for 5K, and that's a critical part to making sure our students are going to succeed in their educational endeavors. Just personal share, my daughter started 3K in January 13 years ago, transitioned from BabyNet, and it was because of that transition and those services in 3K, 4K that she was ready for 5K and is able to succeed. So thank you for all that you do. We understand the value of this service.
You want any other questions? Thank you very much. All right, well, now we're going to go to Mr. Cooper for the first reading of policy.
Successful.
Okay.
I think we would follow this administratively, but that right to question any witnesses presented by the administration, I think those witnesses may be students and teachers. So I just want to make sure our students and teachers, when questioned by the expulsed parent or attorney, would have protection and support in that endeavor.
Yes, sir. What you see at an expulsion hearing is 99 times out of 100 is an assistant principal representing the school. Sometimes there are additional administrators. There could be additional staff members and SRO that are there. Those are the witnesses that the other party has the right to ask questions to. In that file, will include appropriately redacted witness statements, and those are presented as artifacts. But the student writers of those statements are not questioned. Yes, sir.
Any other questions for Mr. Cooper, Board? Thank you. And again, this is the first reading. If you have any questions or suggestions, please send them to Mr. Cooper. All right, moving on to the first reading of policy JFABD, which is also Mr. Cooper.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Also, for first reading tonight, I do bring a new policy, policy JFABD, admission of homeless students. This is a model policy from the State School Boards Association, and it's regarding the admission of homeless students in accordance with the specific state and federal Act. The content of this policy has been in practice in Lexington 1. It was covered in our policies on the admission of resident students and the admission of non-resident students. But in annual training that our McKinney-Vento homeless liaison attends, the adoption of a standalone policy is best practice, and the state had just issued one. And so we are presenting it to you tonight for first reading as written.
So I read through the recommended policy. Is there a definition that we could include of what a homeless student is? And the reason I ask that is I'm unclear. Is this literally a student who lives in their car, or is it someone who they don't have a home and now they're living with a relative? What does that look like?
All of the above. I don't think a definition could be written that would be comprehensive enough to cover the situations, because they are, as you mentioned very quickly right there, they're as broad as they are long. They could be any of those situations. And that is the role of one of our social workers, Ms. Alma Ruiz. She is our McKinney-Vento liaison. She's an expert on the field. And so it is her meeting and investigating the situation to determine if it meets that criteria, because we want to make sure those students are enrolled in school and have the supports that they need as quickly as possible.
There's a reference at the bottom in the South Carolina Code that says homeless youth definitions. Is that where we might find kind of a general definition?
Yes, ma'am. There are there, but it is so unique to the situation.
So
it's hard to write your own.
Law, then, okay.
And Mr. Cooper, this also covers displaced students as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So it could be a student who is displaced and does not have guardians. They'd be considered unaccompanied, and yes, sir, they are covered in this as well. So,
and for the board, I became aware of this act when I worked for the district, and a classic example is if there's a situation where the mother, let's say, flees the home and takes the children and goes across town to stay with her mother, we will provide a taxi to bring that child back to our school so that there's that consistency in that child's life. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Transportation is mentioned explicitly in here because that is something that a homeless student is entitled to. They could be attending the school that they are zoned for. They could be wishing to attend. What could be best for them is to attend their school of origin. And so those cases, if we can use district transportation to get them there, we do. Sometimes it does cross district lines, and in those cases, we do provide transportation, and so does the other school district. It is a cost-shared expense.
Mm-hmm. And this might also include students that may be being served by a facility that's in our school district as well, right?
Absolutely. They could be in a children's home or a shelter, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Any other questions, board? All right, thank you, Mr. Cooper. All right, moving on to item 10.4 with first reading of school board governance and operations B policies. I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair Kathy Henson to lead this conversation.
So we've allocated 15 minutes for this discussion optimistically. So here we go. There's 10 policies that we are going to look at for first reading tonight. The first one is BBBA, which is board member qualifications. And this is a revision. This policy was originally adopted in 1972. And it's been revised a few times since then. And it just is striking the sentence that says, thus a board member may not hold another office. Does anyone have any discussion on this policy?
What was the reason for the strike?
Great question. Ms. Faroof, is she still in here? Oh, she just walked in.
Question for you, Ms.
I'm so sorry. I promise I did not intentionally do that.
I think it's just reiterative of the sentence before it.
Right. Must vacate the first office, thus a board member.
Yeah, I think it just reiterates the sentence before.
Duplicate sentence.
And only did I just walk in, I also had a piece of bread. So sorry. I had to take a break. I'm in a lot of pressure running the computer tonight for y'all.
We are discussing policy BBBA, which is board member qualifications, which talks through members of the board should have a genuine interest in and devotion to public education, a willingness to give time and effort to the district, and the ability to work cooperatively with others. And that's the first sentence. And then
To me, it seems like it's
redundant. Redundant,
That's
right.
That would be my editing take on it. It's redundant.
Okay.
Should we have anything in here that states you can't work for the district?
I think that's in another policy, actually. I think that is in another policy.
Okay, so this is, because
And it's also state law that prohibits that as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had some people reach out and ask me that worked for the district because
Yeah,
they
no.
run for the school board.
Yeah.
Oh.
Said no.
Yeah, no, actually, state law is very specific about
Right.
that, yeah.
Valid point, though, because isn't state law clear about holding dual offices too? And so if we're putting that in there,
I think it's in another policy, though.
it
As
is.
far as, yeah, I think so.
Which one?
I don't know
Okay.
off the top of my head.
This is
We'll,
fir- yeah, this
we'll
is first
look for
reading.
that.
Go back.
We'll look for that. Is it in second? Okay. The next policy. So we'll check to make sure that that's in another policy about that you cannot work for the district. All right, the next policy is BBBC, board member resignation. And this has some significant changes from the 2017 version. What's beneficial? Would you like me to read what it says, or do you want to discuss any changes that you would like?
Will you read it?
Sure. Whenever a board member resigns prior to the end of his or her term of office for any reason, she will submit an irrevocable letter of resignation to the board that specifies this effective date of the resignation. Once the board chair is in receipt of the letter of resignation, the resignation is deemed accepted and the resignation is binding. So the biggest change in that paragraph is taking out the at least 30 days prior to. And then the second paragraph is the board requests that any member who wishes to resign provide the earliest possible notification of his or her intent so that the vacancy may be filled in the manner provided in policy BBBE, unexpired term fulfillment vacancies. It scratched out the section, which was an option that the county board or the local delegation could plan.
That's because
to
that doesn't apply to
appropriately-
us.
Right, exactly, because some districts, correct. Next paragraph is if a board member's permanent residence ceases to be in Lexington School District 1, a vacancy is immediately created and such a change will be treated as resignation. And then at the bottom, it has a for consideration and policy adoption that regular attendance of board meetings is essential to effective governance. If a board member engages in neglect of duty through excessive absences, the board chair may seek a vote of the board to authorize the board chair to request the voluntary resignation of the board member. Excessive absence is defined as missing 3 or more consecutive meetings without a legitimate reason, like illness, work commitments that cannot be rescheduled, etc., or missing more than half of the scheduled meetings held given during a school year. Discussion, thoughts?
My only edit on that would just be to strike the board chair may seek a vote of the board to authorize the board chair to request. It just feels a little like, as a board, we don't have any say unless a board chair, you know what I mean? Like, I think that it would be fair enough for a board member to say, I would like to.
So
Does that make
are you saying maybe like
To bring
a
it forward as a motion.
Right, a board
Right, to
member
bring
may
a board
seek a
member.
vote of the board to authorize the chair to request the voluntary resignation of the board member.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's the only edit that I had.
Okay. And this is. Okay. Any other thoughts? Thanks, Ms. McCown.
Ms. Henson, I just have one
Yes, sir.
question. That last paragraph where it says, missing 3 or more consecutive meetings without a legitimate reason. who's determining whether it's a legitimate reason or not? Is it the board? Is it the board chair? How's that being defined?
I think that's the question for the board at the time.
The current serving board at that time.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll just say, I mean, I think one of the reasons that it was worded like this before for the board chair is there may be an instance where a board member has a legitimate reason that they don't want to share with the whole board, and they might want to ask the board chair to take that forward. And so that may be a sensitivity thing right there, but I think you may navigate that, at that time.
That's good insight. Okay. And remember, this is first reading. If you have any thoughts or things you'd like to add. So policy BBBD is a new policy that we haven't had before, correct? Yes. And this is board member removal from office. Any board member who willfully commits or engages in chronic unexcused absenteeism, misconduct in office, persistent neglect of duty in office, misfeasance, malfeasance, conflict of interest, or is considered medically incompetent or medically incapacitated is subject to removal from office by the governor. And that's pretty straightforward.
That's
McCowan,
exactly
do you want all of these read out loud, or just just in the interest of time? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, no,
'cause
I'm
I think,
okay with that.
And this is straight out of state law. So
Yeah.
I mean, this whole policy, actually, we have no leeway in this at all. This is isn't that right, Ms. Pinckney-Reese?
Okay.
So I don't think we can edit this
can
policy.
move forward.
There's no need to edit this because we don't have any agency in this. So.
Yeah, we're good. Okay. Policy BBBE, unexpired term fulfillment vacancies. Any insight on this from what you've read?
And I'll just tell you that from the reason this has been changed the way it is that we are subject to the decision of the Lexington County Election Commission as to when a vacancy is posted, when the filing will happen, when the election will be held, and so our action has to follow what they decide. So that's why this has been changed to reflect this language.
And there is a cost when that happens, correct?
For a special election.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that's intriguing to me is it says you'll consult with the Lexington County Election Commission regarding the election process. So basically, the board is not really determining how soon they can replace a board member. It's all in the election.
And they would just take
committees.
office the Monday after
Right.
they're elected.
Right, that's correct. The Election Commission will set the election date.
I will say that if it's close enough to an upcoming election, they will hold it and include it with that election, and that saves the district from having to pay for an election.
All right. Policy BDH is board consultants, and this again is a new policy.
When I read this, it reminded me of when Dr. Postlewaite brought in some people at the beginning when we first got on the board. Is that kind of who we're thinking, come in, give us some legal tips, as new board members? Is that maybe one person that would kind of fall under this? Yes.
Yeah, it discusses people conducting fact-finding studies, surveys, and research, providing counselor services, requiring special expertise, assisting the board in developing policy and program recommendations.
And I think in some cases, these may be consultants that advise the board, and in some cases, they may be consultants that are conducting
facility studies,
things like that. I mean, I think it depends on whether it's an administrative one or a governance consultant as to whether it's, how it's handled.
Policy BEDN is board members' use of district-owned portable devices. And again, this is a new policy. I know current practice is that we all receive
a laptop.
And it's distributed with the same procedures that our students and employees receive their computers. And
Well, and I'll just, I mean, I know since I've been on the board, I mean, there have been a couple instances where a board member has asked for an iPad instead of the laptop. I mean, so there's some flexibility. It's not just necessarily, you're not, if your need is for something with a different interface, the district has always accommodated that.
That's good to know.
It's pretty straightforward to me. I didn't see through anything. Okay, moving on.
Policy BIA and BIB. And so this is just striking the 1997 date from it. Board member development opportunities. Someone did reach out to us about a section that says when the full board does not attend a conference, convention, or workshop, those who do not participate will be asked to share information, recommendations, and materials acquired at the meeting. And at the SCSBA conference we attended, they kind of addressed this in one of the sessions about when these speakers come and they present material, that's their material, and we've paid to attend that conference and to receive that information, but it would be disrespectful or probably even illegal, maybe, to post their proprietary work. So I think that we could share it with our colleagues, but couldn't post it like on our district website. So just addressing that.
And I'll just add to that, in most cases, if it is something that the speaker or presenter has not denied access, after the conference is over, they post those materials for anybody. And because I frequently will go out and look at like the sessions that I didn't get to attend. And so I think it's just the speaker or presentations requirements as to whether it can be posted or not.
All right, the next one is policy BIE, and that's board member insurance liability. Any questions, thoughts, concerns, additions to this? Basically, it states that the district will have insurance that protects the board members.
In many of these policies, it's not new practice. It's more just putting it in writing into a policy format.
Correct, Ms. Shealy, yes. Because that is current practice here in our district. Right. Yes. Okay, the next policy is policy BK, which is board membership in professional associations. And this just basically states, I mean, it's a policy that was adopted in 1985, but that as the board sees appropriate, will maintain membership in the South Carolina School Boards Association. And the district pays for our membership for that.
I was just curious, does anyone know what that membership fee is?
It changes every year based on the student enrollment, the size of the district.
Really?
It does. Yeah, it's based on district size.
Oh my goodness. Interesting.
I guess the question I had on that particular policy, it's board membership in professional associations, and I know a board can do whatever they want to do, but it's saying you maintain membership in South Carolina School Boards Association. If there's another association that is created in South Carolina, this kind of limits us to stay with SCSBA. I'm not saying that we want to go away from it, but
it says
as
it deems appropriate.
And it doesn't say you can't do anything else. It just says this is something we will do.
As we deem appropriate.
Correct. As deemed appropriate.
And if I'm correct, we withdrew our membership from the National School Board Association, and that remains till today, doesn't it?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now that you say that, I guess what I'm wondering is, the board, as it deems appropriate, does that mean the board will have to take a vote each year whether we want to be a member of SCSBA or not? Or is that just kind of
I think it would only be if we wanted to change it, I think.
Right. I think it's just a policy that stands right, but then if we decide we want to remove ourselves from that, then we can vote to remove the policy, which I've had a lot of constituents lately contact me and ask if we still want to be a part of them. But, I think for now, we keep going and see how it goes.
Okay, I was just wondering how that works. Okay, perfect.
The last policy for the evening is actually for removal of a policy, and that one is regarding the National School Boards Association. So it's a policy that we had, but now, as Mr. Anderson addressed, we're not a part of that, so we can remove that policy.
Good job, Ms. Henson.
And
15 minutes.
Stop.
With 30 seconds, give or take, so good job.
Oh, I feel so.
Don't worry, I was going to kick you under the table if you went over.
All right, moving on to first reading of policy KEC. Mrs. Gaskins.
Thank you. This might look familiar. Back in February, you passed some revisions to KECR and the administrative rule KECR. Since then, the State Board Regulation 43-170 has passed, and that provides more consistency and clarity across the state in terms of both the selection and the reconsideration of instructional materials. So tonight I bring revisions that reflect that new regulation and bring us into compliance with it.
Anyone have any questions for Mrs. Gaskins?
I made a note. I was just going to go back and look and see. How do book fairs fall into this? Do they fall under the same guidelines? Can people do complaints? I don't know. That popped in my head.
That's a very good question. We have been keeping a running list of questions and having frequent meetings with the State Department in terms of just understanding all of the nuances that come with this regulation, so that's certainly something we could follow up on. It's my understanding that if we provide it in the school building, it should be in compliance with this regulation, so I assume the same would be true for book fairs, and so we'll be sharing this regulation with many of our partners with whom we work, and so I imagine book fairs will be on that list.
And in light of book fairs, one other thought, it talks about items that are available to students through other means. Would that include field trips, like school-sponsored field trips?
Anything associated with the child's education that we provide. So it includes after-school clubs, activities, yes.
Okay.
We may receive additional guidance between now and second reading. If we do, I will continue to make revisions to reflect the additional guidance we receive.
Mrs. Gaskins, touching on the book fairs, is that handled and coordinated at the school level? The administrator of the school handles that? And do we have any guidelines, any consistency across the board on book fairs?
Our school librarians arrange for those. I'm looking at Dr. Bissell to see if we have district guidelines on book fairs.
We need to look at that.
Not yet. Thank you for that recommendation.
Anything else? All right. Now we're going to first reading of policy GBL. Mrs. Price, everybody's getting a chance of this. So.
We are sharing the opportunities tonight. Okay. Policy GBL is the Comprehensive Health Education Implementation. It does reflect the language of South Carolina Code 593236, which did go into effect on May 21st, 2024. And I will not take the opportunity to read the whole regulation to you, but instructional services and our school counseling team is supporting schools as they implement this regulation. Be glad to answer any questions that you have.
Probably two questions. The first one, Part B of that says, a principal, assistant principal, or school counselor at a public school shall immediately notify in writing a minor's parent or legal guardian if the minor, that just really feels like a phone call. I mean, probably legally needs to be in writing also to prove, but
you need that documentation.
Right, but
how do you know it's getting to the
that just seems like a
I
phone
think
call.
this language is what's in the statute, right?
Correct.
Right, but can we add to it?
You could do a phone call and follow it up with a letter, which is not uncommon for other practices that we have in the district.
So I'm
thinking as a parent here.
I'm going to let Ms. Gaskins address this. So our portion of this is the G portion, which means if the employee was not in compliance with the regulation, that would be our portion of following through with this. Ms. Gaskins' wonderful, amazing team is supporting the actual process of this. I'm going to let her kind of explain, and they do have some amazing things in place that they are supporting schools with.
And it's continuing to evolve daily as we work through implementing this. So we have shared these expectations with all staff members, and we have a process in place whereas staff members understand to alert a school administrator and the counselor. So both the administrative team and counselor are working together with each individual situation to understand how to follow up, but it is an expectation of the law that it does go home in writing.
Any other questions regarding policy GBL? All right, thank you. Stay tuned. We will take up all of those policies again next month. All right, moving on to action items. Ms. Miller's been down there waiting. She keeps trying to leave, but then she comes back. We're going to get a motion on the table, and then we'll have discussion. Do I hear a motion that the board approve an amendment to the 2024-2025 general fund operating budget?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve an amendment to the 2024-2025 general fund operating budget.
Thank you, Mrs. Henson. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. All right, Ms. Miller.
Actually, I'm going to continue with that. I move to amend the 2024-2025 general fund operating budget from $385,092,961 to $392,744,530, which includes a $2,000 salary increase for certified and licensed professionals as presented by administration.
Back up and read that again because you said 392,000, not million.
Oh, to amend it from $385,092,961. Right? $92,961. Y'all, I'm a math major. I'm struggling reading numbers tonight. Have mercy. Please pardon me. Let me do this all over. Madam Chair, I motion to amend the 2024-2025 general fund operating budget from $385,092,961 to $392,744,530. which includes a $2,000 salary increase for certified and licensed professionals as presented by administration.
Thank you, Mrs. Henson.
Gracious.
Do we need that? This is retroactive.
Wait, let's discussion.
We got something else.
No,
okay.
I need a second. You can't talk about it yet.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. McCown. All right, Mrs. Miller, would you drive the train for a little while?
Actually, I think Dr. Postlewaite wanted to open things this evening, so I will let her do that. You're good? Okay. All right. So this evening, why are we here to revisit the budget? When you passed the budget in June, it was with the understanding that we knew the state budget had not even passed their budget yet, so we were not certain on the revenue amount. Expenditures, we knew we would have more precise enrollment figures in August, and then most importantly, teacher retention, and we wanted to revisit an alignment with our strategic plan specifically to recruit, retain, and reward our teachers. So before we jump right into the 2024-25 amendment, wanted to follow up with our 23-24 projections. We are excited that we were 95% accurate in our estimate of local taxes. We were 98% accurate in our estimate of state aid to classrooms. We did miss the bar on a couple of revenue categories. You'll see their interest income was much higher than we originally projected, but I did inform the board of that mid-year. We knew we were having significant interest earnings throughout the year. And then there is a manufacturing exemption revenue source that is coming in much higher than we had projected, and that one is actually 291% higher. So moving on to expenditures, we were 96% accurate with our salaries and benefits, and then my favorite one, we're 99.8% accurate with our operating expenditures. So kudos to SLT and our teams for the budgeting work for fiscal year 24. And because we've taken
Ms.
the
Miller, I just
time.
want to jump in and tell how impressed I am at how close. I mean, your margin of error, that very, very impressive, because you literally are working from a crystal ball all year, trying to figure out what our income and our expenses are going to be, and you really don't know until you close the books. And so your accuracy is a credit to our district. So thank you.
Well, thank you very
kind of
much.
briefly-
It definitely is a team effort.
And a great team.
Yes.
It is. Can you just briefly explain why the manufacturing exemption was so much higher?
And what the manufacturing exemption really is.
Okay, this is where we are, manufacturing companies are given an exemption, and because of that exemption, the state has to true up the revenue for counties and school districts for that loss of revenue source. And my understanding is the percentage of that exemption amount changed, and therefore the amount of reimbursement has grown. And so we had budgeted approximately, I think, $1 million, and we received almost $4 million. So we had a $3 million increase in that category. And I have talked to our county auditor and other counties across the state. They believe this is going to stay as a continuing revenue stream. There's a statewide budget, and until they exceed that amount, we expect the amount to remain the same.
Ms. Miller, you were talking, I mean, kudos to having the crystal ball and getting so accurate. Just have we compared that to previous years to see how accurate we were in previous years? I mean, are we hitting the benchmark, or was this like we shot the moon and just did so much better?
I think we're getting tighter with our budget figures. So I think we have seen a trend where we're bringing those closer together. So I would say there's a positive trend of bringing the budget amounts closer.
Ms. Miller, too, to clarify the interest income, is this a scenario where if I'm going to get a loan or to purchase a house, interest is high and that's painful, but in the flip side, that actually benefits the school district and we went out in one way through these higher interest rates?
Exactly that. This is a positive for us. I want to give a kudos to our business service director. He manages our cash balance daily, and we try to ensure the maximum amount is retained in our local government investment pool. We try to make sure we have just enough amount for the checks that are going to be clearing our bank account that we pay our operating bills out of, and we have the rest invested. So that is a daily review of cash and making sure it's maximized our earning potential. And the average interest, I think I had it in the board brief a month ago, maybe. I think it's around 5.5% for the year. So with the one positive of having a fund balance is also earning interest on that amount to help. We had about $7.5 million of revenue from that source.
One more quick comment, not a question, but just in looking at our budget, I know some folks have questioned, I mean, don't you have a certain income and then you budget off of your income? And looking at some of this, it's more like you have 10 to 20, 100% commission jobs, and you're trying to kind of feel what the market's going to do while you look at the history on how you've earned on those jobs and you're trying to pinpoint a budget. I'd say it's more than a crystal ball to get you at these accuracy rates. So good job, and keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you. Any other questions?
One more question. Okay. So the manufacturing exemption, that's not something that has happened before, or has it happened before? And if so, is it happening in other districts as well?
Yes, it's happening all across South Carolina, and I would have to get the exact year that it started, but it definitely has had a change, and that's why we're seeing an increase.
So it's not just us that's seeing the increase.
No.
Everyone's kind of benefiting from that right now.
In areas that have manufacturing companies.
Right. Thank you.
I know I struggled reading numbers earlier. However, though, mathematically, that 291% higher than expected looks really big, but she said it was like 2.9 million extra or whatever, about 3 million extra.
Right.
So we're talking like 0.7%.
Right.
And so
It's definitely not one of our primary revenue streams.
correct, exactly.
All right. And because we were able to look at those projections and having the advantage of receiving additional information since the board approved the budget in June, we were able to make some revenue refinements to our 24-25 budget. These are in the same categories we just talked about. We were able to increase our local revenue by about $6 million from what you had approved in June. Additionally, our interest income, I had already adjusted for a big portion of that, but I feel comfortable increasing another $1 million in that category. And then the last one, while our state aid to classrooms is showing a decrease from what we had originally projected, it is offset by that manufacturing exemption reimbursement. So we are able to increase the manufacturing reimbursement and offsetting with the decrease with the state aid to classrooms.
And I'll just take this opportunity to point out that the state aid to classrooms is the state funding for our school districts. And we go into the fiscal year thinking it's in July, thinking it's going to be something based on the budget that was passed. But we don't know what that revenue is going to be. So it's basically like you have your whole year of expenses in your household, and you don't know what your salary is until April.
It actually was May 22nd that we found out for this fiscal year.
So you're just spending, hoping that the salary you were promised is actually what you're going to be earning.
That's correct. All right. So here is just a table of what we talked about, putting the numbers with the category in a table format, and you can see our projected revenue from the approved budget for 24-25 is an increase of approximately $7.7 million. Moving on to our expenditures, we also did identify some areas where we have additional costs, and so we have proposed that there would be a $1.4 million increase in expenditures. And on the next slide, I will show you what those are and talk about these a little. Obviously, the very top one is you heard Mrs. Price talk about all those positions she was able to add and fill, and they were coming from the pool. So the majority of this is to update our pool and to get it's the adjustment for the student enrollment. That is why we have to do that, and it's based on school needs. Then we have some non-negotiables and state-required increases. Our insurance premiums have gone up. There's not anything we can do about that at this point. We have some other contracts, ambulance services, where there's a required regulation about school mapping that went into effect this year. Non-negotiable increase in the copier leases. We have a new location and then just increases in fees. The Department of Labor Fair Labor Standards Act, we still have to make some adjustments for that. And then there was an unexpected funding cut at LTC, so we need to pick up a portion of a salary in the general fund. So that totals up to the $1.4 million in increased needs that were identified since June 30th.
Why do we lease copiers instead of buying them?
I will turn that over to the department that handles that, and that would be Dr. Rivers.
I can try to get some insight on that decision. It was done some years ago, and we were purchasing copiers for schools, and the upkeep of that as far as servicing became expensive. And so with a leasing contract now, the copiers are serviced when they break down, and it's all part of the agreement. At the same time, they are refreshed over a number of years. So we have working copiers in schools, and many folks remember days when copiers were breaking down. You would walk around the entire school to try to find one. That's not the case now. So all of our copiers are up to date, and they are working, and they're service copiers. So they're serviced on a schedule. And so it just works better for the system of schools that we have now, where teachers can find a copier that is working at any time. Yes.
All right, and with that, I will turn things over to Devonna Price.
All right, so we spoke earlier about our goal of our strategic plan, that we really want to ensure this year that our focus is on recruiting, retaining, and rewarding teachers at a much higher level. Unfortunately, this year, Lexington 1 has been put in the position where we are paying the state minimum starting salary range as we are required to do. But at the time we were developing the budget, of course, you don't know where everyone else is landing because everyone is developing their budget at the same time. And of course, no one is out sharing that information of where they are starting their salary schedule either. And we didn't know our budget situation, and unfortunately, that landed us, at the bottom of the pay range with our surrounding district. And And when you look also at our, not only just our surrounding district, but areas throughout the state. We are around the same area as Newberry and Saluda, but also not competitive with other places throughout the state, and that's certainly not where we want to be. And unfortunately, we're not competitive around the other areas in the state. If you can remember, this time last year, we were already thinking ahead to the recruitment season. We were starting to bring names November and December for the next hiring season. And we just want to make sure that we are putting ourselves in a position to be competitive. And with that number, we know that we are not. And we know that's also not taking care of the retention piece of our teachers where we want to be as well. So we want to be thinking ahead to that. There you go. So when you think about our current teaching staff, we think about the steps that our teachers are on, the cells that our teachers are in. We have a large number of our teachers in steps 0 through 10. And while we know that all of our steps are valuable, our district even took a stance, several years ago to expand our teaching salary schedule to honor above step 28. We know that our scale goes to step 40, whereas a lot of our other districts throughout the state and even the state scale only goes to 28. We're even seeing some of our teachers come to us from other districts because they appreciate that, and we try to value those steps beyond 28. But we know that every year counts, but we know that if we can especially try to make sure that those crucial first years that we're making a statement with that initial step, that's really important to those teachers who are beginning their career. So that's very crucial as we begin that competitive market. We are very excited that the board is encouraging and supportive of that recommendation to increase the Lexington 1 certified salary schedule. So we are thankful for that. So we would support and are excited to name that $2,000 recommendation for the certified salary schedule and the licensed professional school staff. That would exclude administrators and central services. That would be focused on our certified salary schedule and our licensed professional staff, those serving students. And it would add $2,000 to each step and cell. That would bring the starting teacher salary to $49,000. That places Lexington 1, of course, in a much better position to compete for recruiting and retaining talent for the 25-26 school year. That would be retroactive to July 1, and our goal would be to make adjustments on or before that October 10th payroll to our current employees who were eligible for that. It's important to note all other employees, did receive a 3% cost of living raise this year. And so this recommendation does address pay rates for employees who we believe salaries appear to be the most kind of out of kilter when compared to other South Carolina districts. And of course, we will continue to review salary for all positions as part of the 25-26 budget process, and we'll review and bring those forward as we need to for the next budget year. But we believe this will make recruiting and retaining talent for the 25-26 year hopefully a little bit easier. So we're excited and we're thankful for the opportunity to bring that proposal to you. So thank you.
Whoever's doing the slides, can you go back to the one with all the school districts, not just that one? I mean, I would love to see this chart with the value of a mill in each of these districts. Because, like, for example, a value of a mill in Lexington 1 is $321,000. And I have a millage chart here. And the value of a mill in Charleston is $3 million, 10 times more than our mill.
But they have less than double our number of teachers. So like 1 mil for us versus 1 mil for them.
Yeah. So I mean, I think there is, there's just some. We're just looking at pure salary here, without
right.
the ability of these districts to cover these costs. And you can go out on like the school funding dashboard on that the state maintains, which is actually 2 years behind, which is a little inconvenient sometimes. But just because there's so much more context with the value of a mill, the wealth of the district, the local property tax value, the ability, how much of these school districts, of their, we talked about earlier about how we got $950,000 less from our general fund than we had predicted. How much of their costs are just covered straight out by the state. And what you see is anytime any district is paying above the minimum salary, that's local dollars. I've heard at the conference last weekend, there are some school districts that they've depleted their fund balance in order to make teacher salaries competitive. Well, that's a one-time expenditure out of their fund balance. And so that's not very wise financial management for those school districts. And so I really appreciate that we were conservative, we passed a budget, and then now that we have all of the information and the data, I appreciate that you're bringing back to us, we can't make it Charleston level, but we're going to make it better for us, and we're going to keep chipping away at this and keep managing our funds wisely so that we can stay competitive and keep up, because our teachers are valuable and we want to be able to compensate them, as much as we can. So thank you for this.
Absolutely. And Dr. Postlewaite, we just happen to have the most amazing superintendent that was previously in Charleston. Can you just maybe give a short little tidbit as to why we're not even set up like Charleston, why we can't really even, it's not even fair to compare?
Well, I could say this about that. The operating mill is actually worth more now. Those figures are maybe 3 years old. But in Charleston, they passed a penny sales tax. So they construct their new buildings primarily with revenue from a penny sales tax. So homeowners and business owners aren't paying the millage to retire bond debt. They're collecting the penny sales tax. And so here we know that with the change in Act 388, the primary homeowner, those of us who live in homes and have children in our schools, aren't paying anything to operate the schools because we're not paying taxes. The taxes, when Lexington 1 levies taxes, it falls on the business community both to build our buildings, which the homeowners share some in, and to operate all of the operating costs. Whereas in Charleston, the 1 cent sales tax pays for school construction. So all of the mills that we collect to pay for school construction are already covered in Charleston. So they can put those resources toward the kinds of wonderful things they're doing for teachers and students there.
I mean, I'll comment. It appears as if obviously we are in an arms race, so to speak, now for teachers. I guess the thought is at some point, everybody just can't continue to outpace everybody with salaries. I'm not saying we shouldn't take care of our teachers, but do we plan to maybe do some kind of a salary study to benchmark where everybody is now as we move forward? I saw we said we would review salaries, but I know for me at my job, when we say review salaries, we're normally looking at our own internal salaries. But when we start having to compete, we have to go get data from other places and say, what is this really paying? And are we being competitive in the market? So I don't know if we have plans on actually doing that, or otherwise the next district raises theirs and then we say, well, let's raise ours again, let's raise ours again. At some point, that's going to stop.
Well, has it stopped in private business?
In some places, yes. I mean, it depends on your business model, because in private industry, you can decide to run like a commodity or you can run like a specialty. I mean, a school district's not the same, so it's not exactly apples to apples.
Right. We are a specialty paying public servants, so, and we can't produce revenue, and we accept all clients. So it's very different for us. I don't know what the solution is. This is a problem nationwide. I don't know the solution, but I can tell you that our HR department continually does market studies in our field, and within our Midland superintendents group, 3 of those districts have paid handsomely to conduct market studies, and we share that information back and forth. That's particularly valuable for the trades or the skilled work that is not unique to education. So I think we have access to that information, and the adjustments that we recommend tonight are based on the market study that our own HR continually does. They're always benchmarking.
And to that, as Mrs. Miller said earlier, that when we're in the budget process and looking at these salaries, all the districts are, but nobody's talking about what they're doing. They're not revealing their hands, so that kind of puts you at a disadvantage. You can guess, you can get out that crystal ball and see where we stand.
And can I just ask really quick, our salary step in our chart that we go off of, is that that's modeled after what the state puts out?
Tell me what you mean exactly for modeled in regards to
the salary scale. That
as far as the difference between the steps.
So ours is modeled after what they. So I guess what I'm getting at is I just want to plug Kathy, because we've all kind of talked with her one-on-one, and she has a little plan that I just want to introduce, just say that moving forward, we'd like to maybe talk about that more.
Mm-hmm. And I think, Dr. Crystal, what you had said, putting together a committee, a team to work on that.
Right, we'll bring back a recommendation that's more solidly framed in September, but we are going to recommend creating a small committee with 1 or 2 board members, teacher representatives from each level, principal representatives from each level, 2 or 3 district administrators to study our salary schedule, look at the options when you look at from the lowest paid to the highest paid in each column and across each cell of the various steps, and then have a recommendation ready for the board's consideration by December. So when you and Mr. Price start working on next year's budget, you'll have some options to do. I think you were looking at ironing out some of the discrepancies, disparities that exist between steps. One teacher moving from, I'm making this up, year 12 to year 13 might get $2,000, whereas someone moving from 18 to 19 might get $157. Right. So you were trying to even that spread.
To show value for all and work on retention. Yeah.
Okay. So we'll bring a more fully imagined proposal to the September meeting for your consideration.
All right. Board, any other questions regarding the budget amendment recommendation and motion? No. All right. Thank you again to the administration for putting that together. All in favor of adopting the proposed budget amendment as articulately stated by Mrs. Henson, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. All right. Do I hear a motion to approve the 2024-2025 Minority Business Enterprise Plan as presented by administration?
All right, Madam Chair, I move that we approve the Minority Business Enterprise, the 2024 Minority Business Enterprise Plan as presented by administration.
Thank you, Mrs. Henson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rice. All right, Ms. Miller, you want to give us a quick synopsis?
Yes, ma'am. This is per the procurement code. Each fiscal year, the board approves the minority business enterprise plan. We have not made any changes from last year. We've just updated the dates, so there's no changes. And again, this is just an annual requirement to have this plan approved by the board.
Thank you. Board, are there any questions? All right. All in favor of approving the 2024-2025 Minority Business Enterprise Plan, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Moving on to 11.3, do I hear a motion for the board to authorize the sale of general obligation bonds series 2024B?
Madam Chair, I move for the board to authorize the sale of general obligation bonds series 2024B.
Thank you, Mrs. Henson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Shealy. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Miller, and I just want to say that Mike and Theo are always here on long meeting nights. I think they're the reason for this. You know, we'll have a short meeting and they're nowhere to be found. And I think Theo was dozing off a minute ago, so. No, thank you for sticking with us. Ms. Miller, I'll let you introduce them.
Yes, ma'am. I definitely want to acknowledge the two gentlemen in the front row who have been here almost 3 hours now waiting to talk about this section. We have Mr. Theo DeBose from Haynes, Sinclair & Boyd, who is our bond legal counsel. And then we have Mr. Mike Gallagher from Compass Municipal Advisors, who is the district's financial advisor. We work closely with these gentlemen throughout the year when it comes to our debt issuance, and they're here this evening if we do have any additional questions for them. And I just feel like they should be able to talk since they sat here patiently. So this evening, we ask that the board approve the debt resolution for the General Obligation Bond Series 2024B. The total issuance will be approximately $25,730,000. You'll note that each fall, the district does issue debt. This is not a new situation. This is reoccurring. It happens in districts all across the state. A portion of the issuance is used to pay our debt obligation, and then the remaining amount is used for capital projects. These debt obligations are then paid off within 1 year with the tax collection with the debt millage. And next month, we will actually bring a list of proposed capital projects to the board. This evening, you are just approving that we move forward with the resolution to approve the debt issuance.
Does anyone have any questions? Ms. Miller or Mr. DeBose or Mr. Gallagher?
Ms. Miller, just remind us, so every year we do this, and this is a primary way that we fund capital improvements. Is that correct?
That's correct. As I mentioned, a portion of this, approximately $19 million, will be used for capital projects this year. And then the other portion is paying off debt obligations. Again, this money is collected and this debt is paid off within 1 year. It's a timing difference of when you collect your tax revenue versus when you need money for capital improvements and to make your debt obligation payment.
Makes sense. And one last question, and remind just general process for how we identify and prioritize those improvements that we have each year.
We definitely work as a team on that. I am the referee, and we have SLT members that have been compiling a list and prioritizing the needs within their divisions, and then we will meet as a team, and we will make an overall priority for the district and then bring that to the board.
So no fighting or bribery in that room?
No, ma'am.
And I would just add that those items usually emanate at the school level and are come to us for prioritization.
And so basically what we're saying is right now the debt millage for our school district is at 90 mills right now. And so this is the 8% of that 90 mills that we're able to issue bonds against. So this is not a new practice. This is same practice we do, but the millage is now at 90 mills currently.
It is not a new practice. We currently charge 90 mills. That has remained the same. That we're not asking for an increase in debt millage. And then these bonds are, you're not allowed to issue bonds and have debt that would exceed the 8% assessed value of property in the district. And we are well below that, very well below that, because at year end we only owe $788,000, and I believe our allowable amount is, It's in the audited statements, but I think it was 53 million.
They're looking this up. They want to say
Yeah.
something, so they're looking up the number.
So total assessed value for the district was $765,159,954. And so 8% of that, so the debt limit that this board can go out and issue is $61,212,796.
So then y'all are choosing to recommend to us 25 million instead of the full amount? Where's,
If you issue the full amount, you would be way in excess of your 90 mils. So it was sized so you remain at 90 mils.
with the 25? Got it.
Schedules to the county auditor and worked with them to make sure we had the numbers dialed in.
Okay.
And the reason this comes to us now ahead of the priority list is because you have to work with the treasurer for the tax, because he has to have that information by a certain period of time in September, right? August 15th. Oh, wow. Okay, so, yeah.
So what you're saying is we could potentially ask for more? Okay. But so the 25 million is the number that keeps us where we're at, not raising millage, still within the 8%, where we'll be able to pay it off in a year and still get all of our things done. Sounds like a win-win.
Good
to me.
summary, yes. Any other questions for Ms. Miller or Mr. Gallagher or Mr. DuBose? Mr. DuBose, did you want to say something? He's right. Okay. Smart man.
I do have one question out of curiosity. As things change, I know the market fluctuates, but from a financial advisor perspective, what puts us in a position where we could actually decrease millage? What conditions have to happen to potentially do that?
Your needs would need to go down. So you have no more needs for capital projects. You would have other capital projects that would need to be funded.
Okay. I was just asking the question. Okay.
I think there's probably more needs than
Because keep in mind, we can't address capital projects and improvements with operating funds, right? And so in order to replace an HVAC system that goes out, or what these, windows at one of the elementary schools that need to be replaced, those little projects that come up during the year, this is the way we are able to pay for those.
Oh, I understand that. I was just asking, from working with school districts, have you seen a scenario over the course of all the years where millage was able to go down because certain conditions were produced? My background is engineering, so we always want to know what formula adds up to cause this and what formula causes this. I'm kind of asking that in the financial world. So.
I don't know about y'all, but my, residential income and needs in my own family every year grow and, change. So, it's kind of the same. I look at it the same. And speaking of air conditioners, how much did you say a new AC would cost? That blew my mind.
I said approximately for the school you're asking about, I said I thought off the top of my head probably 1.5 million for a total new HVAC air handler system. Mr. Rice said you're underestimated. It will be at least 2 million. So those were off the top of my head numbers. Right. Mr. Jett was here. He's still here. He would be the one whom we would ask for a better quote for September, but these are huge items. Our buildings are huge.
Yes, and quite a few of them are older and in desperate need of things like new HVACs. Correct.
Okay. Anything else? All right. I'm going to go back to the motion. All in favor of authorizing the sale of general obligation bond series 2024B, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. All right, do I hear a motion to approve allocated 2018 bond referendum funds for improvements to Pleasant Hill Elementary School for stage curtains and blinds for the library and Lexington Elementary School for interior signage and tax strips?
Madam Chair, I move to approve allocated 2018 bond referendum funds for improvements to Pleasant Hill Elementary School for stage curtains and blinds for the library and Lexington Elementary School for interior signage and tax strips.
Thank you, Mrs. Henson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Cooper, tell us about this.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I am bringing those requests to you tonight for those two schools to utilize the 2018 bond for some additional projects that have originated from the original list. At Pleasant Hill Elementary School, it is to replace the stage curtains and to add blinds to the library, the media center windows. The stage curtains are original to the school. That was a 2006 school, so getting close to 20 years old. And the blinds are something we have added at other schools, at newer schools that have a similar geographic exposure. That's an eastern-facing window, so it's very light in there, makes viewing LCD projectors and that kind of thing a little bit difficult. So we are asking to use bond funds for that. There is money allotted in the Pleasant Hill Elementary account. That is primarily due to not moving forward with adding a loading dock to that school, which school staff and administration both deemed to be not necessary, and we would be able to use that money to pay for the cost of these two projects. So we estimate the cost of those items to be approximately $30,000, and about $195 still exists in that line item. At Lexington Elementary, no, go ahead.
We have until when to spend this money? The end of this calendar year or school year for the 2018 bond referendum funds?
Until the bond closes. So there's not a hard date for closing it, but it definitely has fewer tomorrows than yesterdays.
Okay.
So you want to get it spent because you will actually, the interest earnings off of the money that you have not spent, you will have to pay a tax on that. They call that arbitrage rebate. So we have a calculation. And so the interest you are earning, a portion of that has to be paid to the government if you do not spend it within a reasonable amount of time.
Wait, but we are the government.
The IRS.
Oh, that government. Mr. Cooper?
Yes, ma'am.
Carry on.
All right. At Lexington Elementary, we are asking to be able to replace the interior signage and tack strips that adorn the hallways of that building. Lexington Elementary is built in 1985, so 40 years old, and the signage is original. The tack strips, some of it is, and some of it's been replaced, but they are in disrepair. Some of the signage is missing as well. So we're asking to be able to replace that to improve the hallway conditions there, and of course when we're replacing signage and tack strips, we would need to be able to do some touch-up painting as well. Our estimated cost to do all of that would be approximately $50,000. In the Lexington Elementary line item, there was a healthy amount assigned to Lexington Elementary, but that has been almost exhausted. There's $10,000 still remaining in there. So we would utilize that to close that out, and then would take the balance from the completed projects that have come in under cost as we've closed out projects. There's approximately $644,000 there, so we would utilize approximately $40,000 from that to complete that project for Lexington Elementary School.
So, Mr. Cooper, what total are we talking about? I heard you say 50. What
Lexington
total is
Elementary
50,000
for Lexington Elementary? 50, yes, sir. Okay. Pleasant Hill Elementary estimate that to be approximately 30.
Okay. So that'll basically spend 80,000 of the remaining 644,000 that's in the bond referendum now.
No, sir. The Pleasant Hill project they still have 195 allotted to them. So that 30 would come from it. Lexington Elementary has 10 And so basically 40, we estimate about $40,000 to come from the completed projects that have already been closed out and under cost.
Any other questions about that? All right, all in favor of approving the allocation of 2018 bond referendum funds for improvements to Pleasant Hill Elementary School for stage curtains and blinds for the library and Lexington Elementary School for interior signage and tack strips, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. All right. We are moving on to items for board information. Several of us attended the school law conference last weekend, and we are going to provide a quick little takeaway. It's after 9 o'clock, so quick is the operative word there. I'm going to start with Mrs. McCown at the end down there, and we'll just go down the road this way.
We kind of talked about it was a lot, this conference, but the things I guess that stood out to me was the Bill 4624 we spoke about earlier, that prohibits encouraging, coercing transgender students from withholding facts from parents, and of course now we have a policy where that is regarded, and then the Bill 3594 that talked about the constitutional carry. They were able to go back and amend that quickly to make sure that our 18-year-old senior students could not bring a weapon on campus. So I was happy to hear about that. I could go on and on, but it was a fast and furious packed conference, and I learned a lot.
Sometimes you go to these, turn on the mic. Sometimes you go to these conferences, it's not the new things that you learn, but sometimes the reminders that are always good. And one reminder that was great was discussion about effective superintendent school board relations and keeping in mind our role, that truly our power comes from us as a board. There's no power in any one of us individually. And once you figure out how to effectively function as a board in a relationship with your superintendent, that is going to drive the effectiveness of your school system and your district. And for us as a board, our focus is on the forests. And if we get tripped up looking at the trees and we miss the forest, then we've missed what our intended goal and function would be. And so it was just a good reminder of, how we are working together and looking at this board and even hearing the dialogue tonight. I feel blessed to be a part of this highly effective and functioning board with our superintendent and superintendent-elect. So thank y'all.
Dr. Postaway, do you want to share any takeaways? So mine is actually going to be, as you know, I represent Region 9, which is the Lexington districts on the School Board Association's Board of Directors, and we had a Board of Directors meeting on the day before the conference started, and the thing that we do in August is prepare all of the stuff that's going to be presented at the Delegate Assembly. Slates of officers, changes to the Constitution, and a big piece of it is a change to the legislative priorities. And this is kind of the walking and talking manual for the School Board Association as far as advocacy efforts, and it covers a lot of things. School bus safety, teacher retention, there's a lot of different things in it. But I feel like my contribution to that day was we were talking about the things, streamlining and what's good and what's bad. And one of the policies a long-standing policy has been calling for the eradication of the Education Oversight Committee. And that's long been kind of a, bee in the bonnet of some school districts. But I personally think that it has evolved and become, like tonight with Dr. Yao and the presentation of the Data Trailblazer, I think that the EOC has, in the last 6, 7, 8 years, really found its place in the education ecosystem in South Carolina. And also, I just think that we're all, whether we're the School Board Association, local school districts, the State Board of Education, the State Department of Education, the Education Oversight Committee, we all have the same goal, which is to make education in South Carolina good for students. And so if we're trying to get rid of you or get rid of you, then we're not working towards that. And so I made a motion that we remove that and propose to the Delegate Assembly in December that be deleted as a priority, and it was accepted. So, because I do think that the EOC has found its place in how it assists schools in accountability and, and I know school report cards are a whole thing, but I do think that there is a place for what they are doing now. I think maybe not a few years ago, but maybe now. So I think that was something. And there was a lot of other stuff that came out of the board of directors, but I was particularly pleased at that kind of, working towards just, we're on the same team. Let's act like it. So, Ms. Henson.
I echo a lot of the things my fellow board members have said tonight. I obviously was reminded, especially even at the end when we're all ready to go on Sunday, but we get the legislative update, just the importance of us being voices for our district and having that communication with our local delegation, because a lot of the things that we might struggle with here, the changes need to happen higher up. But I'm going to take 30 seconds to give a shout out to the chair of York, Scott Childers, if you're listening. He stayed with Ms. McCowan and me for 3 hours on Sunday with a flat tire and drove us to 3 tire shops. And so
he took my tire off.
So it was just definitely a kind thing. So thank you for being so helpful.
Yes, thank you.
The engineer had the tools in his car.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to point that out again. I made them aware that the engineer from another district had the jack that she needed at the time to take care of it.
It was a brand new racing jack in the box, not opened yet.
Correct.
He just drove by. It was the God thing. So
there you go. Y'all stole a lot of the different things that I saw, but one thing was really interesting was the discussion about teacher contracts and how they don't really know exactly what they're going to make when they're signing these contracts. And so it kind of sparked a little bit of thought in my mind about when our legislators at the State House are developing their budget, usually education is about the last thing that they decide on. They decide on everything else. I'm allocating these dollars to this, and this, and whatever's left is kind of what they put towards education. And so however they have to divvy the pot up with what's left after they've done all their other priorities, they then say, okay, now you districts, here's how we do it. And so it really just caused me, they've talked to us a lot about as being board members, you can advocate, your voice is really heard at the State House. And I was thinking, I probably just need to have a conversation with my State House representatives and senators and go, hey man, can we move education up further in the priority list and start doing that first? Because right now it seems like all the laws they're putting out are affecting education, but education is the last thing they fund. So it's kind of oxymoron when you start to think about it. But that so that was something I was, for my own personal advocacy, I said I could do more in that arena. But the thing that really touched me was there was I think it was Beaufort County, if I'm not mistaken. They had almost a session. Yeah, it was one of the general sessions where they talked about working together during times of controversy. And they were talking about reviewing books, and they were on 60 Minutes. It drew all kind of national attention. But the one thing that I really drew from that was they talked about how important it was to create credibility within them doing the review of books by having community members involved. It was like they were very clear saying if we didn't have community members involved, there would be a lot of question about what were we doing? Were we just making decisions on our own accord? But, it just kind of reminded me again, like when we have some of our committees, like the health committee and things like that, the community is so important. And sometimes I think the community thinks they don't have a voice when they really do. It's just sometimes maybe they don't know that there's community members in there that are giving their input. It's like we talk about comprehensive health. We have people from out of the religious community on those committees kind of, giving that. So I don't know. That was the thing that really touched me, is said, during times of controversy, those are the times we need the community, but we also need the board, but it's a partnership. We work together to make things happen. And a lot of times that keeps everything from exploding. Rather than exploding, you get a productive solution rather than a negative explosion. So it's just food for thought.
All right. Thank you, everyone. All right. As a reminder, you've received the following reports: the monthly general fund financial report, the monthly general fund budget transfers report, the monthly capital projects report, the monthly unauthorized procurements report, and a new one, the school organization registrations, and that as responsive to a new law or proviso that requires parent and support groups to register with the board.
And isn't it amazing looking at this, how many parents are involved in different areas of leadership in our schools? It's exciting.
I'd love to see a tally of all the funds that they've raised for all of our schools, because it's crazy. Okay, we're going to wrap it up. On behalf of the board, we'd like to say welcome back to school. Despite our little visit from Debbie the first week of school, the school year is off to a good start. We are excited the direction the schools are heading this year with the implementation of the new strategic plan. This past Sunday, we were able to celebrate over 40 adult education graduates. While not all the graduates were able to participate in the ceremony, we express our heartfelt congratulations to all of them. That is one of the events that we attend yet every year. I cry through the whole thing every year because it's an incredibly moving, meaningful program just to see the work that those students put into achieving what they do. So, so thank you for inviting us, because it's just important to be there. On Thursday this week, we will celebrate 50 years of learning at the Lexington Technology Center. They will hold several events this year recognizing past and present staff, students, and accomplishments from 50 years. Do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Madam Chair, I'd like to take a point of privilege to point out that today is National Radio Day, and as a former broadcaster, I'd like to say, tune in, turn on, and rip the knob off. And with that, I move that we adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. McCown. Everybody have a good evening.